Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the stream. It's your boy Sunny, and today we are diving into episode 5 of the Vibe Code the Right Way with Me series. Welcome back. Today we're building a delivery pizza app. So this one is really interesting because it sounds simple, but I promise you on the surface, this is a huge build. I think it's going to be the biggest vibe coded build we've ever done on the channel. So buckle up, get your coffees ready. Let me know where you're watching from right now. And of course, smash that like button if you've been enjoying the content on this channel. A lot of you guys are watching right now that aren't actually subscribed. So do me a favor, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you're watching from right now. The second that beat drops, we're going to be diving into a build powered by our friends over at Expo and Clerk. They're going to be powering up the whole thing. We have a native app today, iOS and Android. And we have a whole Next.js admin panel, all powered by Convex behind it all. It's crazy. We're going to do so much today. Go ahead and get ready, guys. Jump into the build. We're going to be doing a pizza delivery app in 3, 2, 1. Check it out, guys. So here we have it. Hey, look out. We got Tatiana in the house. What's up? Yeah, from Ethiopia. What's up, guys? Good to see you all. So here we have the design for the pizza delivery app. So very, very common, pizza delivery app. And again, this is not going to be for a multi-tenant app. This is going to be more for like, say, Fred's Pizzeria, okay? So we're going to show you effectively, imagine you have a client, they want to have a delivery app built specifically for their own system, and we're going to build everything in-house, okay? So imagine a system like this. Now this website right here is Dribble. Oops. This website right here is Dribble, so I love using Dribble. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you from the ground up, because the difference with these live streams is these are not prepped. There is no code right now. I'm going to be literally teaching you how to go from the design, getting the requirements together, and then going ahead and building everything from absolute scratch. So it's kind of crazy, honestly. I don't know why I put myself in these situations, but I do it to help you guys learn. So we're going to effectively have a whole app. So we're going to build the whole app live today. And then we're also going to have effectively an admin panel. Let me see if they have some kind of admin dashboards that look pretty good. Dribble is more of a design website. It helps us out with a few things. But imagine we had like a food admin dashboard. So if we go to just type in something like food admin, or food, I guess. But yeah, so something like this, I guess, on the back end, where we can see the orders coming through. Obviously, it wouldn't look exactly like this, but we're going to go ahead and build this, okay? So go ahead. All right, we got Sierra Leone in the house, and I recognize a lot of people as well. What's up, guys? Ghana as well. What's up, US? I see you guys. So we're going to go ahead and jump over to the, I forgot what this is called, the easel, right? We're going to go ahead and plan things out now. But before we do, a quick word from today's sponsors that make the whole thing possible and allow me to keep on building things like this for absolutely free. First up, we have Clerk. Now, Clerk is, of course, going to be handling the authentication inside this app. It's going to be handling the billing portion as well. So authentication today is something that I'm really excited about. And also we have Expo today. So Expo, if you haven't used Expo, I don't know where you've been living, because Expo is how effectively you build an app the right way, in my opinion, okay? So Expo has really done something incredible, and I really wanted to bring it to you guys. They've introduced Expo Router 55. Well, actually, the whole SDK 55 is pretty damn awesome, because if you've ever seen iOS, they have such a beautiful glass. It was a bit opinionated in the beginning, but you have this glass UI. So now Expo allows you to natively add this in. Now, if you don't know what Expo is, effectively, it's one code base that allows us to write the code once and compile it down to iOS, Android, and even web. Right? We're going to be focusing on the iOS and Android part of that compilation, and then we're going to have a Next.js app for the backend, okay? But in this case, if we go ahead and let me just go ahead and stop the music for a little bit, and I'll show you guys over here. They have a really nice blog that they actually showcase all of these features for them. But in this case, I think if it loads up for me on stream, of course, it's not going to load. But anyway, basically, this is going to go ahead and be some of the cool elements that we can add inside of our app. So even things like this behavior, where we have these beautiful kind of glass pop-outs, all of this stuff is now natively supported. I really like this one. This is so clean. Look, as you scroll down, you have this bottom accessory. So we can go ahead and add in a bunch of those things. They even have toolbars, is very cool. My favorite one that I'm really excited about is the widgets. So it's actually part of the, I believe it's SDK 55 changelog. So you can go actually check it out right now on their website. If you type in Expo SDK 55, you can go check them out. But scrolling down, I believe it was the widgets. So let me just type in widgets. Here we are. Right. Now this is sick, because I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but of course you would have seen some kind of app on your, I guess this is happening because of Twitter. But if we go in here, but basically you can now build native widgets inside of your apps, which is awesome. So look at that. A full widget with live activity previews. This is sick. This is so nice. So we now have all of this. Jay's actually sent me a very good article. Let me go ahead and click that one, Jay. Let me go ahead and see if that loads up what exactly what. Oh, thank you, Jay. That's perfect, right? So we have the Expo. Give Jay a shout out, guys. He's always coming in clutch, right? So here we have the Expo widgets. So this is now natively supported, which I'm so happy that the team at Expo are really doing this. They're absolutely on fire lately. So we have the live activities. All of this is basically now possible in Expo. So today, all I need you to do is let me know what you want to see inside the build. I'm going to be showcasing what I think is cool inside of these new releases and also how we can go ahead and build the entire thing. We're going to be powering all with Convex. So Convex is going to be the same backend that we're going to use to support the admin app, so in Realtime, and then we're going to have the iOS and Android app on the other side, right? So we're going to do all of this from scratch. So it's going to be crazy. We got Nay, he goes, my name is Nay, I'm watching you from Madagascar. Oh, yo, that's cool. I love what you're doing, Sonny. I'm looking for a job. Oh, dude, well, you know what? Just keep sharpening those skills, man. You got this. It's funny because I've met a few people that know about me from Madagascar. Okay, this is cool. The chat is popping off. All right, what's up, guys? So let's dive straight into it, okay? Now, one thing that I love as well that Clerk have recently introduced is called Clerk AuthView. And I want to show you guys before we jump into it. So if you look at Clerk AuthView now, Clerk typically before had, ooh, this is cool. Absolutely, this is actually, oh, nice. Yo, this is sick. I love the team at Clerk. Every time I go live, literally before I go live, something new pushes and it really, really helps me out. So you guys can see right here, this is what we're going to be implementing today. So what is so cool about this, guys, is basically it's one line of code. Yeah, I'm not joking. It's one line of code. You can see it actually here. I think they've actually added in the customized. Yo, they added it in today. Oh, I love these guys. Every time I go live, Clerk literally add it in as I go live. Oh, that's so cool. They added it in right now. Okay, so I think we can actually do this now. I think that's actually... AuthView is, yeah, so basically we're going to be implementing this. Now, this is literally a one-line of code implementation, although that is Swift. So I need to check if it's for Expo. Let me go ahead and see Expo, AuthView. Let's see, I don't know. I think I was looking at the Swift one, to be honest. But basically we have one line of code. This is the line of code that I'm interested in. Return AuthView mode, right? So this one AuthView component renders that entire sign-up flow that we talked about. Now I'm talking everything. I'm talking your multi-factor authentication, your social logins, every single thing in an Expo app, which is unheard of, by the way. If you've ever had to build an app, you'll know that that takes a lot of time. Whether you vibe code it, whatever you decide to do, that takes a long time to do. So now they've actually gone ahead and created this one beautiful component called AuthView. And it's absolutely crazy good. They even have customization for that coming very shortly. So we saw an example on Swift, but even for Expo, they have support for that coming soon. So let's dive into the build right now, and I want to jump straight into it. So first thing I want you to do is hit the first link in the description, and you'll land over at the Expo link, right? So when you're signing up for Expo, hit that first link in the description. Please, guys, all I ask is that I do all of this stuff for free. All you have to do is use those links in the description because it basically tells Expo and Clerk that you came from this video and it allows me to do this stuff for free, okay? So like we said before, it really helps support the channel and it's how we're able to do what we're doing, right? So Expo is the first thing I want you to go to. We're gonna go ahead and get started over here. Now, what I want you to do is basically, you can go ahead and read all the docs and stuff like that, but we're just gonna click on get started for free and sign up an account, okay? So continue with Google, whatever you wanna do. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and agree, and then I've already done it. So I'm going to sign into my account. I already have an account, but if you're new here, I need to actually log into. I've already got an account there. I'm on the wrong thing. So okay, what we'll do is I need to actually go into my other profile. So I'm going to log in over here. So go over to Expo, sign in, and as you can see, I'm already signed in on this one, okay? So once you're in your account, you can see you've got your dashboard, you've got your themes and stuff. Go to your dashboard and you get an overview. Here I've got a bunch of different apps that I've been working on. So what I want you to then do is basically stop here. So you now have your base for continuing on with Expo. This is basically where you can go ahead and deploy to things like EAS. Expo has a bunch of incredible services, but this is a good starting point. Now, the next step I need you to do is hit the second link in the description and it will take you to Clerk. You need to set up an account with Clerk. We need both of these. Clerk handles authentication. Expo is obviously going to handle our the entire iOS and Android portion of the build. So let's go ahead and click on continue. And then we're going to log into our account. And here we have it. And I'm going to go ahead and actually throw this over so I've got a bit of consistency. Otherwise, I'm going to get very, very confused real fast. Okay, so here we have, I was working on a pizza app demo last time. I want you to go to the top and click on create application inside of Clerk. And then now once you've got this, guys, go ahead and give me an app name, okay? So I can give this bit of a dummy name, but give me a name for this pizzeria. For example, think about it like Fred's Pizza Place or whatever. It's going to be for a specific pizzeria. Let's imagine a real business. You have a client, you've got an approach to business. You say, okay, I want to now build you a beautiful website, app, everything included. And I want you to go ahead and basically, yeah, pay me for that. So go ahead and give me a name. Let's get creative. Someone said Pizza App, right? Pizza App. Again, if someone owns that, don't come at me. But for now, they were Puzzy Pizza, Pizza App. Don't spam. You're going to get blocked by accident by our spam bot. We've got Pizza, Papa Pizza. Oh, I like Papa Pizza. Papa Pizza. All right, so we got Papa Pizza. Let's go ahead and give that a try. I knew Jay was going to. Yeah, Jay, come on, dude. He was all right with it. All right, so we got Papa Pizza. Let's do that. Papa Pizza for now, okay? So let's do it separately. So that's kind of cool, actually, Papa Pizza. So then you can go ahead and toggle your different authentication methods. It's very simple. Literally Google, Apple, and that AuthView component that I talked about literally pulls in all of this stuff, okay? Oh, it's only timed them out for a minute, right? So you can go ahead and toggle all of your different authentication methods on, even things like sign in with phone numbers and all that stuff. But for now, we're just going to do Google and Apple, okay? Click on continue, okay? And then you can see we've got this screen, okay? I want you to click on Expo, and then we can go ahead and either follow these commands to go ahead and get up and running, or we even have an Expo command. Now, actually, this is not a bad approach, really. We could do this approach, or I want to show you the starting point from Expo side, because I want to make sure that everything you're getting today is up to date with the latest at the moment, okay? So to be honest, it's very simple. We can just type in Expo. Let's do Expo get started. And I want to get started, of course, with TypeScript, okay? And then here we have using create your first app, Expo documentation. So we have sticker smash, or we can use this one over here, TypeScript, default SDK. Yeah, so this is the one I want. So npx create Expo app latest template default SDK 55. So copy that. And then I'm going to open up Warp. Now, Warp is, you can open up Terminal, Warp, whatever you want. It's just the same thing, right? They're just different. I mean, not the same things, but go to Documents, go to your Builds folder, and then we're going to paste in that command, okay? And this is basically going to help us create an app. So we're going to say npx create Expo app, and this basically creates a starter template for us in the default template with SDK 55, which is the latest one, right? So let's go ahead and do that, and then say yes, okay to proceed. And if it says Node isn't installed, then you simply have to install Node onto your machine. So Google how to install Node. The one thing that I want to mention in these live streams is that this is all about learning how to go ahead and, vibe code the right way. So what's this? We got this protocol related. In most cases, you're behind a proxy or a bad network saying, okay, interesting. I don't have a proxy, although, give me 1 second, guys. Interestingly, my internet, it has been acting strange. Oh, I have got a proxy on. Okay, my bad. Let me go ahead and close that right now. That's probably why something was happening. So let's go ahead and do it now. So I'm going to go ahead and do npx create Expo app latest. Yes, let's try it now. Hopefully it's all, yep, there you go. So I was behind a proxy. That's why some things weren't loading. I was thinking, so what is your app name? Let's go ahead and say Papa Pizza, okay? And then locating project files. There you go. It's going to start installing, okay? So this is going to be the base of our app. Oh, there we go. We got Nay. He goes, thanks. It's my birthday today, but I don't want to miss that beautiful. Hey, happy birthday to Nay. Everyone shout out Nay for his birthday right now. That's awesome, dude. Right? And while we're at it, while that's loading, guys, definitely go check out the third link in the description. There's actually an entire community that I'm launching all about AI workflows, how I've got AI agents working for me, how I use it to code. Everything that I do to basically get ahead with my business, my day-to-day life is inside this community that we're launching very soon. Go ahead and sign up to Zero to AI Agent Hero in the third link in the description. Jay just also dropped it in the chat. Feel free to go ahead and sign up because it's going to help you a ton. I promise you that. Plus, we're only letting in a handful of members once the doors open because we want to keep that a very exclusive community. Okay. But making sure it's accessible for a good way, in a good way, right? So once that's done, we're going to go ahead and CD into that directory. So CD Papa Pizza, and then you can see we've got the following commands: run Android, run iOS, and run web. Now, I'm going to actually simply just type in cursor dot to go ahead and open this up in cursor. We are using cursor today to go ahead and get things up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this over. I'm going to make my workspace a bit more neat. Let's go ahead and pull this in. And of course, if my screen is ever too big or too small, go ahead and let me know. Now, yes, cursor has got, this whole new agents window. We're not going to screw with that too much today. You can feel free to use that. In my opinion, I don't think it's a good tool for teaching. So I don't think we're going to go ahead and focus on that side of things today. But if you look at the app now, we've got our base starter template, right? So if we go ahead and go to our package JSON file, you can see we've got a package log, which means we're using npm. Again, you can decide to use pm, yarn, whatever you want. I'm not going to go to into those kind of optimizations, but the main simple command is if you forget everything, just run npm expo start. Okay, npm expo start, and this will go npm expo start, npm run start, sorry, npm run start, and it will go ahead and trigger our expo from our node modules. And now you can see we are using Expo Go, which is the simulator that we want to effectively start with. Now there are a couple of prerequisites here. Okay, so either A, if you're using a MacBook, I want you to go ahead and download Xcode. Right, so you want to download Xcode, and then you're going to have to follow a bit of setup to go ahead and get your simulator up and running. You can follow millions of tutorials online on how to do that. Once you've done that, you can open up the iOS simulator by pressing I. Okay. Then we have Android. So if you don't have a Mac and you want to code, or you're on a Windows machine, all you need to do is download Android Studio. Once you open up Android Studio, I want you to open up this window and click on More Actions and go to Virtual Device Manager. And then what you'll see is we have this over here. So in this case, I've got a Pixel 10 Pro. You can go ahead and start it up, and then it will go ahead and spin up an Android device. Now, I'm going to be using iOS today because I want to show you all the beautiful new iOS elements, but know that the code base that we're building for goes ahead and compiles into both. Okay, and then of course you got web. So this is an interactive CLI command, so I can press I to open up iOS, and you can see that it opens up iOS on the iPhone 17 Pro Max, which means somewhere on my machine, yep, there you go, it's going to pop up. So there you go, it goes ahead and starts up. Now notice how this is in something called Expo Go. So while we're using Expo Go, it means that we don't have any kind of crazy dependencies that, the Expo Go is like the quick way to get started, which is what we want to do to start playing with things. And you can see, look, I've got Glass UI already in the starter template. Beautiful, right? We've got the routing set up for us. So I really like the starter template and how we can go ahead and get things running, right? Command D goes ahead and opens up the developer menu. And then you can go ahead and start messing around with things. They do support hot reloading out of the box. So if we go to app index, here, for example, we can see if we go to the if device is device, shake device, and all this kind of stuff, you got all this. But you say, welcome to Expo 123. All right, 123, hit save, boom, hot reloading out of the box. Okay, so really, really nice. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and teach you guys how to, properly manage your Git instances. So in this case, if we go here, you can see I've got a few changes, and there was an initial commit for when I cloned this, set things up. So as we change things, I'm going to try my best to go ahead and show you how I will handle it the best way that I can with AI kind of coding, because you want to make sure that you've got these fallback points when you're coding with AI, because things can get pretty damaging real quick. So we want to make sure we've got points that we can fall back to. So let's make this nice and big. Cool, perfect. So we've got our Expo app set up. All right, so this is our, our starting base point, right? So we're going to go ahead and build an app like this. It's going to look beautiful, promise you, right? Next up, we need to go ahead and actually set up our Next.js app. So for Next.js, like I mentioned, we are going to be using Convex as the backend. Now, Convex is an awesome database, right? They're not sponsoring the video. We are sponsored by Clerk and Expo because they're awesome. Honestly, I love those guys. All right, but Convex is a pretty awesome backend system. So we're going to be using this to go ahead and sort of prepare our Next.js app. And this is going to be a shared backend between our app and our admin panel. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and click on Next.js. And then here you can see npx, oh, actually, it's not this one. It's npm create convex latest, right? Now, what I want to do is I actually want to kind of create it at a top level here. So right now we've got Puppet Pizza, and this is our entire app, right? So if we go into Warp, I'm going to go upper level. So in this case, I've got the builds folder, okay? So I'm going to do, should have done this before, really. Okay, we can do this in a slightly different way. So I'll show you a little cool trick that I like to do, because I guess this is live. This is the point of live, right? So I'm going to move the Puppet Pizza into a new directory. So what I want to do is I'm going to say cd or make directory. Oops, come on, Siri. Siri decided it was a great idea to start listening to me. How do I stop that? 1 minute. It does that every time, and it's so frustrating. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I just can't say those magic words. All right. Oh, hey, we got Woking UK. Hey, what's up? We got some UK Brits in the house. Good stuff. All right, so we're going to make a directory, and I'm going to call this one, let's call it the Pizza App YouTube. Okay, so Pizza App YouTube. And then we're going to cd, and what I want to do is I want to copy Puppet Pizza into it. So I should have done this in the beginning. So I've made a folder called Pizza App YouTube. I want to just shift everything over. So I'm going to actually use, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I'm going to use, damn it. Because it's a new laptop, a few of my things aren't actually there. So if I do agent, I can actually, yeah. So this is actually like an agent interactive environment from Warp. So if you download Warp, you can kind of mess around with this. But in this case, I can go ahead and say, I want to move Papa Pizza into the directory. Oh, actually, this is very easy. What am I doing? No, but I can say that, yeah. I want, I'm going to use super whisper. I want to move Papa Pizza into this directory. So I want to move Papa Pizza into this directory, and it was called Pizza App YouTube, right? And then basically you can ask the agent, and the agent will give you the command, right? Or you could just open up the Finder, but I'm kind of want to show you a couple of cool things as well, right? So I'm moving the Papa Pizza into Pizza YouTube app. I'll verify both directories exist before executing the move. So you see it can show the commands, and I can run the commands. It's kind of cool, right? It actually helps out. Also, by the way, Super Whisper, the thing that I just used for talking, you can feel free to go to superwhisper.com, use code Sunny25, and you'll get a little discount off. Awesome app. I use it I'm going to use it a bunch today, and it's how I do this when I talk into the computer. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close out of this now. So move Papa Pizza into the YouTube directory. So now if I go ahead and type in CD Pizza App YouTube, and I type in ls, we can see Papa Pizza's in here now. Okay, now I'm going to do cursor dot. Okay, and the reason why is because I want to have a top level yes, like this. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this one to be, let's call this one our or let's just call it our app. Okay, so this is going to be our okay, we're going to call this our apps folder, and then we're going to pull this into that. Okay, so you can do a mono repo structure. I'm not going to do a full mono repo right now. This is just kind of a hacky way of doing it. But inside of our apps folder now, I want to go ahead and set up things. So if I go ahead and I do ls, we can see apps. So cd into apps. And now what we can do, right, is go ahead and pull it over here. I'm going to pull this back. is we have all of this code base running inside of here, Expo apps. But the command that we were interested in, and actually we want to do a git init at the top level first. So at the top level, we just simply do git init. And now we have an empty git repository. That's perfect. cd into apps. And then I want to go ahead and do this command. So inside the documentation, let's go into Next.js, and we're going to do npm create convex at latest. Okay. So paste it in, npm create convex at latest. Oh, no. Do we want to do it here? No, we want to do it inside of yeah, I think we do it in here because we've got the ls. Yeah, we do it inside of here. So I'm going to do create convex latest using package manager, my npm. So project name, let's go ahead and say that this one is called our admin, right? Because it's going to be the admin panel. So, and this one's going to be a Next.js app router. We're going to use Clerk, so it'll set all of that up for us. And if you can see here, now we have the admin app, and then we have the actual app itself. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and separate the two like so. Now, if you do want to really get into this and dive into it, I really recommend checking out something called Turbo Monorepo, right? You can get really deep with all this stuff. In fact, they have a good one with Convex and Clerk. So if you Convex, Clerk, Expo, Monorepo, this is a good example. So you can see Monorepo in Next.js and Expo. So you can see this is one that I'd recommend. I think it's a little bit outdated, so you'd have to bring it up to date. They also have this one, Get Convex. This one was updated 2 months ago. So you can feel free to look at that as well. But yeah, I've actually forked off of that before, and it gives you a really nice turbo monorepo. But I don't want to confuse too much today because I can understand I can get a bit intense, right? So we have the admin side, we have the app side. Now you can see, look, we've got two different apps, right? So you need to make sure you know which ones that you're inside of at any point in time. So if we cd into our admin app, I want to go ahead and just set that up first. Okay, so we've got the admin app here. We've already seen our app can run. So that's fine. So I want to go ahead and run the admin app now. So if we go ahead and see inside of our package JSON, you can see if we do npm run dev, it starts up our Convex backend and the Next.js frontend. Okay, so we can go ahead and do npm run dev, and this will go ahead and spin up the front end and the back end. And because it will spin it up for the first time, we can go ahead and actually, we have to set up our Convex project. So we're going to create a new project. If you're not logged in, it would have asked you to log in at this point. So we're going to create a new project. I'm going to go ahead and say that the project name is, let's say, Papa pizza. Yeah, Papa Pizza, right? Cloud deployment, yes. And then it's going to create a new Convex, right? Set up the Convex AI files. Yes, we want to do that. And that's basically going to add a bunch of different agent MD and Claude MD files to help us out with things, right? And even here we have cursor rules, but I don't think it actually pulls in those ones. But the main one that we're interested in is, we can close that for a sec, is actually this agent skills. So it actually pulled in a bunch of skills that we can use locally to this project, okay? So that's the first thing that will help us out. The next thing is, you see how Clerk runs inside of keyless mode, okay? So we actually need to set that up to get that working correctly. So what I want you to do firstly to get a sanity check is just type in localhost 3000 and you should see this, right? If you see this, good job, you're doing something well. So I want you to port open over here. And what we're gonna do is bring this open to this side over here, okay? So now we have our app on the right-hand side, and then on behind it, I've got the phone app. So this is gonna be the admin app. This is gonna be the user app, the pizza app, okay? So for the admin app now, I need to wire things up, right? So environment.local has already pulled in a couple of things: Convex deployment, next public Convex URL, and the Convex site URL, okay? So what I like to do here is just simply give them a couple of labels, right? So I wanna go ahead and, make this a bit neater so I can figure out what's going on a bit nicer, right? And we're gonna have Clerk as well. Now for Clerk, what I need you to do is go over to that initial setup that we did. So I believe it was over here. And remember, we were over here, right? Now you can do some default template files, and you see here they have like a few setup steps. We can actually ignore this for now because we're not doing the Clerk part. We can go into Next.js for now, okay? So click into Next.js because we're in the admin panel. And then we're gonna just simply copy the environment files, right? So we're gonna copy the environment files, hit save. And now in a moment, what we should see is that keyless message disappears, because what we've done is we've basically connected our account with our Clerk account, right? So that's why this is now connected. And because we've done that, if I was to click sign in, for example, hey, sign into Papa Pizza, and I should now be able to have a full sign-in flow, right? So this is why I really like this starter template, but we're not done there yet, right? We still have to do a few things. So what I want you to do next is go into admin, go into the Convex auth config.ts. And here you can see we have to actually go ahead and connect Convex and Clerk together, okay? So the way to do that is we simply go over here. We're gonna go ahead and uncomment this line over here, and we can get rid of that one. And you can see, replace this with your own Clerk issuer URL from the Convex JWT template or from the following blah, 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 okay? So what I want you to do is, just because I like to show you the most up-to-date things, is type in Convex Clerk, that's simply enough. And you can see that 6 days ago, Clerk released a guide on all about how to go ahead and do this, right? Yeah, we'll fix the multiple package lock files. Don't worry about that, guys. We'll get that handled afterwards. Because we're live, obviously, we'll clean up a few things after. So we need to set up Clerk as a Convex auth provider. You can get AI to this, but it can also become messy when you do that. So I'm going to show you this part by ourselves. So the way we do that is we click on the link over here, navigate to Convex integration. And what they're doing here is we're basically setting up Convex and Clerk together. Now, if you don't want to go to this screen, or you don't know how to get to that screen, I'll show you from actually Clerk, okay? So go to configure, go down to developers, go down to integrations, and then you see Convex here. You want to enable that. And then you're going to click on manage integration, okay? Now what you want to do is go down, Papa Pizza, development, and then we're going to enable, it's enabled, and you want to copy this into our environment file, okay? So we're going to go ahead and copy this into our environment file. So the first thing is, although we're copying it here, know that this is not actually where we need to be running it ideally, okay? So yes, it's pulling in here, right? So where is my, if we cut this off for a second, we need to run dev, and we see how it runs both Convex dashboard. Now, I'll be honest with you, what I like to do here is split the two, because when you run these together, you can see it spun the app up and it spun the dashboard for Convex up. And Convex, if we log into the correct account, let me go ahead and log into the correct account quickly. What you'll find is that it's going to have everything set up, but it's all running behind one terminal, and that can kind of get confusing when you're debugging things, right? So this is all set up. Now, remember when I set up that, when I just got that API key, this one right here, Clerk frontend API, right? This actually belongs over here. So if you go to environment variables, it actually needs to be added here. So Clerk frontend API, and this value, we need to go ahead and copy it and we need to push it inside of here and then click on save. And that's a crucial step that a lot of people forget. Okay. And now if you go into, I believe it was, no, I think we're good there. I don't think we need to do that one. All right. Now, if we go back over to that guide, we can see, look, activate Convex integration. We have the front end API, save the URL. In this case, it was the URL they gave us. You can go ahead and give additional claims, which basically passes along additional bits of information inside the session cookie, right? But here, or the JWT token, sorry. Then we need to configure Convex with Clerk's front-end API URL. So in your environment file, add your front-end API, right? So if it's already been configured, you can proceed to the next step. So in your apps Convex folder, create an auth config.ts. So auth config.ts, and then we have to put in that, right? So inside of the template, you'll notice that it was called a little bit different. It was JWT because that was the old way of doing it. Now we have a nice new way of doing it. You can actually go ahead and get rid of this. And then what I want you to do is add a simple check here saying if there is no Clerk front-end API URL, we throw an error, okay? So that's something which is kind of important, right? So you want to make sure that that's set. Now, once that's done, we can go back and then we go over to the documentation again. And you can see like deploy your changes. We already done that and it was deployed and it worked, okay? Now we need to check that our app is actually wrapped and working the right way. So if we go to Next.js, we should see there is a wrapper around the base of our app. All right, and that's the good thing about that starter kit that I showed you. It's inside the admin. If we go down to app, go down to layout, you can see that, look, it wraps the app perfectly. Look, Clerk provider wraps around Clerk client provider. You click inside and then we have it, right? So this is all. And what I would always recommend is don't do that, right? You always want to make sure you have a guard check like so. I really never want to go ahead and just have a kind of gung-ho check like that. Okay, so you want to just fix up a few things like this. And then let's just make sure the app is loading again. So go back to, let's actually run it over here. It's a bit simpler, right? There we go. Cool. Now let's go ahead and sign in. Let's go ahead and sign in with my account. So Sunny, for example. And then we should be able to come back and we should be able to see a user profile if we did it well, right? And there should be no errors. So you see here, no errors so far. We're good. I'll show you how we can split these terminals in a moment. And you can see, look, we're pretty good. It says welcome anonymous. We have our user here as well. If I refresh, you can see, yep, there we go. Add random number. So we got a couple of test functions here and you see it pulls in my account. Okay. So that's pretty awesome. Works for us. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to cancel this. And you see, if we go back into package.json, we have dev frontend and dev backend. So I want you to copy that, right? And then I want you to split the terminal here. So I'm going to, on the left side, I'm going to do npm run dev frontend, and here I'll do npm run dev backend. Okay, so spin that up. And now why I like this is because I've got my backend running here, my front end running here, and then on the separate tab over here, I have my, where is it? Oh, sorry, this is a different one. So I can press add. This is a split tab. Get out of the way. Yeah, I can go here. And now on this one, I can have the actual app. So if I do cd apps, you see how inside of here, I've got the admin and the app. The app is the native app, unless you can name it however you want. I probably confused it a bit, right? Let me see what's inside the package.json. We have the script here is npm run start. So in this case, we just do npm run start. Okay. Now you can see, look, there we go. Right. So now I've got my app running, and this is the way I like it. I have the app running here. You can rename this to be called the Expo app if you really wanted to. And then you see these are basically my different instances of what I'm looking at. So this one right here is going to be my Next.js app. Let's just make it very clear for you guys. So I'll say this is the admin Next.js app, and this one is my Convex backend. I think this is going to really help everyone understand, right? So this is the Convex server effectively running in the back. There we go, right? And that just helps you out a little bit with understanding, okay? So now that we've got that running, we've got essentially all of our apps. Now, if I press R, you can see I refresh the app inside of here. And if I go over here, you can see I've got everything loading in like so. So we can actually begin developing now. Now, there's one more step that I want you to do. Okay, now I believe we've set up a few of the things. The only thing that we would need to do is connect our app up to Clerk afterwards, which we can do after, is actually go into our Convex. And what I actually want to make sure that we can do is I really want to kind of get access to this Convex, and this probably isn't the best way to do this, but I think for today's sake it'll be okay. But ideally we want to have Convex lifted out of here. So I'm wondering if we can do that neatly without breaking too many things. So ideally where we have apps, admin, app, I want to have one more, which is effectively, typically they call it like packages backend, but we can actually just, let's just say backend. And I'm going to use AI here to go ahead and try and debug this. So we can go ahead and shift Convex into that folder. So let's give that a try. So I'm going to say, I want to move the Convex folder, and I'm using Ultra Planning Cursor. I want to move the Convex folder to the / or we can just say to the apps top level folder inside the backend folder. So I want effectively us to have Convex over here, so that way our admin and our app can access everything. Okay. So what I like to do is I like to switch to a plan mode, so I can press Shift Tab, and then I can go ahead and hit Enter. Okay. Now this will basically plan on how to do that. I like to use Opus 4.6. I'm using max mode because I'm live. I want things to go smooth. Right. But also you really want to start in a plan mode always. Now while that's happening, we can go into Cursor and we can start actually helping ourselves out a little bit. So when you AI code, you want to give yourself the best chance of AI being the best it can be. Right. So go into Cursor settings. And again, you can use Claude Code. You can use whatever you want to do. In this case, if I go down to plugins, however, you can see there's a couple that I really recommend. Number one is Convex. Install that plugin. We are using Convex, right? The other one is Clerk. Make sure you install this plugin. It installs the MCP, server, the skills. All of these are going ahead and helping out. So somebody said, why mixing Next.js and Expo? So the reason why I'm mixing Next.js and Expo is you can actually have Expo handle everything for you. But one, in the essence of a live stream demo, I feel more comfortable having a Next.js app. It's just, yeah, it's cool for me. Two, if I did go the Expo route, there would be a few workarounds that I'd have to do, but you can definitely use Expo for the web, the iOS and the Android app. But in the sake of speed on the stream, I like to use Next.js as my backend as a separate app, right? And also it means that you can have separate deployments, just deploy the Next.js app. I feel more confident in that approach. So that's the one that I'm going for. But full transparency, absolutely, you could use Expo for all three. In this case, look, we have all of the clerk skills pulling in, and these are skills are awesome because basically they only get pulled in when something matches the description, right? So in this case, here, if I do, I can't actually open this up, but yeah, basically what this is doing is if the AI determines that it's about this topic, for example, like clerk webhooks, will it pull that into the context window? Okay. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for the nice comments. Everyone's saying great content and stuff. Appreciate you guys. All right. So let that do its thing for a moment, and then let's go back over here. So the next thing I want to do is type in Expo Clerk. Okay. So I want to connect these two up together. So Expo, quick start with Clerk. Now over here, we have a few things. You can see like set up a Clerk application. We've already done this. Right, sign into Clerk, create a Clerk application. We've already done. Now, in Expo, you've got a few ways to set up things. Now, let's think about this, right? We've already got our authentication working on the admin panel. Eventually, I'm going to show you how we can make it so only admins can go into the admin panel and we can determine who is an admin. So that's one thing. And the second thing is we need to essentially add authentication to our our Expo app. Okay, so let me pull it over here for a sec so you can just see what's going on a bit nicer. So over here now, if we have our app, yeah. So I need to have authentication here. So I need to have a login flow and all that good stuff. Now, typically when you do login flows, you got to have the whole wiring up, and yeah, you can do that 100%. So Clerk have been amazing for that for the longest time. So you see, if you need full control of the UI, you can use the JavaScript approach. But a lot of you are asking, but I like native. I like that pure native approach. And in that case, you could use, if you want to have a mix of the both, then you can have, for example, JavaScript plus native sign-in. But recently, they added pure native components. Okay. And they have actually got a really nice article about this. I believe it was, I don't know. I don't think they made an article actually. But basically, I'll explain it. What this does is it basically gives you full native functionality with the authentication experience. And that is really nice because we don't have to manage a lot of the corner cases. A lot of the time when you build login flows, you think password, username and password, maybe Google sign-in. What you're not thinking about is what about if they have two-factor authentication? What about if they have a lot of things like that? Yo, we got Steve. I can't remember the names of everyone when the username pops up now. Dude, just write your name, please. I've gone blank on stream, but he says, welcome to the Expo Summit in London last year. Jamie, there we go, Jamie, before you wrote it, I caught it. Yeah, it's good to see you, dude. I need to launch the community so we can jump on calls again. Went to the Expo Summit in London last year and they showed this off. Yeah, it's absolutely awesome, dude. Native component, but the new native auth component that I'm going to show you today, game changer. It's one line of code and it's so clean. Okay, so in the Clerk dashboard, navigate to native applications and ensure that the native API is enabled. So let's do that. Number one, let's go over there. And you see, enable native API. I've already done that. Perfect. Okay, now remember also, just want to bear in mind, while we're doing everything today, if you go here to develop, we're actually in development, right? When you go to production, you of course want to create a production instance and follow the steps and set things up for the production environment. So that way you can have two, your development and your production environment, right? Jamie, it's so good to see you, dude. Honestly, I really missed the coaching calls because of the conversations we used to have. So here we have the next thing. We've already created the Expo app, and then we need to remove some of the default template files. Now, this is conflicts with the routes you create in the guide. So we actually need to check this one specifically. So what we want to do here is just see what the starter template that we set up has so that we don't cause any unnecessary changes. So if we first look here, they want us to remove inside a source app tabs. So we don't actually have tabs. We don't have a modal and we don't have a not found. So we don't need to do that line. The default template also includes React Native animated, which can cause, so we don't need to have these over here. So let's go ahead and uninstall these. And also we've got a question here. Before we do that, we want to move the Convex folder from the apps admin Convex to a shared location. Which part do you want the shared location? Apps, backend Convex, a new backend app alongside admin. And yep, the Convex folder is the backend folder context. So backend Convex, a new backend app alongside admin. I think it would be better, I guess, in here because you can have like shared backend. Yes, both apps will share this Convex backend. Yes, there we go. Right. So this is why plan mode helps out a bit because now it can figure out what to move and all that kind of stuff. Right. And if there's any, implications like that. Okay. So back to what we were doing, we need to run that command. So anytime I want to do a new command, I don't want to mess up the nice thing that we built here. Oops, I don't want to do that. All right. We're going to press plus and we're in a new terminal here. And then I'm going to go into my CD apps /app. So this is my Expo app. And I'm going to do npm uninstall React Native reanimated React Native worklets, legacy peer dependencies. Okay. And then we're going to remove React Native reanimated if it exists inside of the layout. So inside of the layout of this is not the right app. So make sure you don't get confused with this app. You could rename this to Expo app if it really helps, right? So it's completely up to you. I'm aware of what we're looking at, but in case that helps with you guys, because I understand how it can get a little confusing sometimes, right? So here we do not have the React Native reanimated, okay? So you can skip this step. Oh, okay, yeah, we can skip that step. If we don't have the bank doesn't include Expo router, you need to install Expo router and its dependencies to follow along with the guide. So let's see if we have Expo router installed. So that's the first thing, Expo router. We do have Expo router, perfect. Okay, so we're good. So install the required dependencies to ensure SDK compatible versions. So npm install, we need to install Clerk Expo and Expo Secure Storage. And the reason why you want to follow these steps manually, like how I'm doing it, is because AI can often pull in old documentation regardless of how well you prep it. So this is why I'd recommend set your app up yourself the first time. And then you really want to, then you can build features with AI. Don't get me wrong, we're going to build this app so fast, it's awesome. But when you're setting things up, you really don't want to trust AI to do it. It will screw something up. And I promise you it will screw it up. Like I'm not even saying that it will do a bad job at something, even if you prepped it to the max. Okay, so while that's doing it, we're going to go back over here. And let's see, set your Clerk API keys. So again, these are secret keys, so you shouldn't show these obviously to anyone else. But in this case, I'm going to invalidate the keys after. So we're going to go to our environment local, and you can see I've got my, this is, where did I just do that? I've done that in the app. Okay, so make sure you don't do a mistake like that. Go into environment. We don't have an environment file here. So inside of our apps, inside of our This is confusing me a little bit. We need to actually change that. We're going to go and do a environment file. So .env. And we're going to paste that in. Okay. And here you can see that is not get ignored, right? So we can just simply go into our .env, add that into our environment file. There we go. Okay. Now, Expo public. Notice how Next.js, you have to write next public, right? For Expo, for public keys, you have to have the prefix Expo public, right? So Expo public clerk publishable key. Now, once we've done that, you can see we got add clerk provider to the root layout. So now we just need to add that to the root layout. So if we go over to our root layout, and this is actually super easy to set up, honestly. It's not, so this is inside the wrong thing. Again, don't do that. You really want to make sure you're inside the right app every time. So app, source, app, underscore layout. Yeah. Okay. So we need to go and add this in. So I want to pull in the top three. Let's go ahead and do that right now. And then I want you to go ahead and check for the publishable key, like so. And then you see we have clerk provider slot, like so, right? So this is the first thing. We've got the theme provider, we have the animated splash, and then we have the app tabs. And the tabs are actually rendering inside, I believe, inside of here. Where are we doing our tabs? So our tabs are, oh, that's actually just the app tabs, which is component app tabs. So they've done it inside of native tabs. Cool. All right, so we'll jump into that afterwards. That's fine. But for now, we can simply wrap the app inside of, so I'm going to move get rid of slot. We just need the clerk provider wrapping the other two. And then that's got the publishable key and the token cache, right? Hit save. And every time you do this, you want to make sure you just can render your app. Okay. So in this case, go back to our app. And firstly, let's just check, did that do it? Yep. It installed a bunch of stuff. And then over here, we just press I. We can, refresh our app. So we can control the app here as well. And you can see it loaded. So that's great, right? Which means we didn't break everything, okay? So quick pause on that. Let's have a look on the plan that is to move Convex to the backend. So it found all the things to move, create the app's backend package, cool. And then it's gonna move some of the scripts, and then it's gonna move the Convex folder. And then you can see split the environment variables needed by pushing the Convex environment, apps admin environment needed by the Next.js front end. And then add the path alias in admin.tsconfig. Okay, so that way we've got, that's actually very handy. So that way we can reference it very simply. Update imports in the admin app, and then update the admin script and dependencies, update admin ESLint config, and run the backend. Okay, let's let that do its thing. So we're basically just going to shift that into its own backend package, right? So now we're effectively created a mono repo without turbo repo, okay? Turbo is like a helper thing to do it. Hey Sunny, it's been a couple of something since I've been watching your live streams. It gives me the kind of energy to build a new product idea. I appreciate it. I love that. Thank you so much. And all I ask is that if you're going to build a new product, please just use the links in the description to sign up to Expo and Clerk. Go to production. It will mean a ton for us because it shows them that you listened to this tutorial and then you went ahead and actually pushed out a real app, which is awesome. That's the goal of everything here, right? So next up, we have this one we can ignore for now. We can come back to that. Then we need to add in the sign up pages and all that good stuff. Now, of course, we're going to do this and then we're going to add in the Convex wrapper as well. So we're going to also need to add a Convex wrapper in here at the end as well. But we'll come back to that afterwards. So right now we've got underscore layout. So app. So let's go to our app. And we have our source and we have our underscore layout. And let me, you know what? I want to actually minimize that. Yep, there we go. There we go. It's getting a bit annoying. Okay. And then let's add in, create an auth route group. Yep, there we go. So we need a route group. And this is basically just a way of grouping folders, right? So routes, we're going to have auth. We're going to stick underscore layout inside of there. No, we're not going to stick underscore layout inside there. Inside there, we're going to create a new underscore layout. .tsx underscore layout .tsx. And we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it, right? So we have our user authentication. Everything is set up here. And this is basically checking. So in this case, the authentication routes, which are going to be rendered in here, they're going to render out a stack. And then if you're signed in, it will simply redirect you to your home index route, which is this one here, right? Now the sign up page, inside of this auth route, we're going to go ahead and do a sign up page. Actually, you know what? Are we using the... No, this is the wrong one. Damn it. I've completely messed it up. So this is doing the native route. Yes. Guys, this one here. This one. Sorry, I've completely clicked the wrong one. This native components. Right, yeah, they are in beta, so there's that to factor in, but damn it, it was native. I knew it. I thought there was too many steps, but it's fine, right? We can get into it. So this one is what I needed, right? We need this one. So go back and just do a couple of those steps, right? That's, again, it's fine. It's part of being live, right? We're going to go into we're inside the app here. We're going to do npx expo install. And now you can see Expo installing 4 SDK 55 compatible native modules, cool, right? Add the Clerk API keys, Expo Clerk. Let's just double check we did that correct one. Yep, Expo Clerk publishable key, PK test, and it's 1CG. Yep, that's perfect. And then we have verify the app.json plugins. Yes, this is the one. So now inside of Expo projects, you will have something called app.json. This is a very important file. This is effectively going to, handle tons of different things inside your app. But if we go over here to plugins, you can see there's a few things that we need to specifically add in. One of which is Expo Secure Store. We've already done that. And Clerk Expo, which has been done here. Okay. So these are very, very important. You want to make sure that these are added in. Okay. And Expo, npx Expo install automatically adds that to our config. Okay. Then we've got add clerk provider to the route layer, which we've already done. Came a little bit late, but I'm here. I'm glad I made it. Yay, what's up? All right, add authentication and home screen. So this is the next step. Okay. So yes, this is much better, right? This is much, much better. Okay. Now, we can actually get rid of this auth view, right? So you can do that. You don't need to do that. You can be a bit more simple about it. Now, over here, we're just going to keep it very simple in the beginning. We've got the home screen, and then basically we can pull in if you're authenticated or not. So if we go up, I don't like always when we do this inline stuff. So I'm going to move that to the bottom, this inline function, right? Let's go here. Let's pop this in. And now we've got our use auth, and we can import that from Clerk Expo. And what I want you to do as we test this out is basically Command J. We're going to have to cut our app because we changed a bunch. So I'm going to cut the app, and I'm going to npm run start again. Okay. Because we did add in a ton. Now, in this case, it says using development build. Now, because if we see over here, there's one thing I forgot to mention. So over here, we have here. So if we use the native component approach, you see this approach uses Clerk's pre-built native components to render Swift UI on iOS and Jetpack Compose. So they're literally rendering Swift UI components and Jetpack Compose for Android. So these are literally native components. But what it does mean is you need to do something called a development build, right? So in Expo, you have two things. You have an Expo Go version of the app, and then you have something called a development build. Now, development build is basically going to be the build where you can install any dependency on native heavy, right? You can go and install any single native dependency on there, but Expo Go, you can't do that. So you're going to end up building with Expo Go, and then eventually you're going to have to switch to a development build. Now, some caveats, right? If you build with Expo development, a development build, and by the way, this happens if you build with Swift directly even, you need an Apple developer account, right? So you need to go sign up to an Apple developer account. And when you set things up, it will go ahead and ask you to do those things. If you don't want to do that, okay, you can actually go ahead and simply build it on Android and test out on Android. And then when you're ready to, you can go ahead and get an Apple developer account, right? Because Android is free to develop on. Now, I have a developer account to show you today. So we can go ahead and do that. And also to get an Expo app up and running, we can type in Expo development build, right? Just type in Expo development build, and you can see that create a development build on EAS or locally, okay? So first thing is to get a development build, we have to install something called Expo Dev Client, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and cut this right now. And we're going to install Expo Dev Client. That's the first thing. Second thing is we're going to go ahead and build the native app. So if you want to build the native app, you can do it like so. EAS build platform Android profile development. Now, this will go ahead and build it on EAS, which is Expo's App Development Services. So basically, it sends your project to Expo and they build it in the cloud. And then they basically create a bundle that you can then install on your simulator or on your actual physical device. So if you plug in your device with a wire, you can actually go ahead and install it on your device and play with it on your phone. So that's really, really what I'd recommend. Today, I'm going to keep it relatively simple. And there's a couple of steps for the iOS simulator. So in development, so for example, if we want to do it for a native app for iOS simulator, then what we can do is if we go into our EAS.json. So actually, we're not going to do it inside of EAS. So I want to show you, you can do it EAS and follow these steps. I'm going to show you locally how to do it. So build locally using the EAS CLI. Now here you can see, look, on Mac, you can do this. On Windows, you would have to use the EAS. So EAS, basically everyone can use EAS. So I recommend you go ahead and do that. APK version. I want to build locally without EAS. So you see there's some limitations for these ones. So everyone should go ahead and do this one, but I'm going to show you how you can do it locally as well, because it's going to be better for time-wise on the live stream. So I've already got a development account, so we can do that. So let's give that a try. So in this case, build locally with the local flag. Okay. So in order to build it, I want to do, I think it's Expo run build, user build, Expo start. So yeah, any EAS can be built on your local machine with the local flag. Okay, so we can just do it with that. So EAS build, and then we just do -- local, or you could do EAS. There's another command, Expo run. But now that I know that, I actually want to try this out. So we're gonna go and you see the prerequisites. EAS CLI. So you need to make sure you do these things first. Sign up for an Expo account. Make sure you've already installed the CLI, which I've already done. And then download an Android simulator, which I told you how to do earlier on. You just download Android Studio and open it up like that. And then you can do it this way. But for iOS is what we're going to be doing. Do this. Go ahead and log in. I've already done that. Mac OS with the iOS simulator installed. I've already done that. Okay. So then we need to go ahead and create an EAS.json. Now, in order to actually do this, if I type in EAS login, I've actually already logged in, so I don't think I need to log in again. Yeah, you already logged in as me. Yes, do you want to continue logging with EAS? And run EAS login. No, I've already logged in. I don't want to do that again. I did development profile in ES.json. So there is a way that it can just generate that for us. I'm just going to carry on and see if we can do that. EAS build platform iOS profile development. Let's give that a try. So EAS build platform iOS development -- local. And then you can see EAS CLI is now available. So I need to actually upgrade that. And then you see EAS project is not configured. So we can actually just create an EAS project for us. So first things first, I'm going to upgrade my CLI. So I'm going to cut that, upgrade the CLI because I want to have the best experience today. Quick water break as well. And then trust me, the build actually moves very quickly after this. And the whole build is going to be timestamped. This is as live as it gets. I can promise you that. This is really as live as it gets. And you're going to be blown away with how quick this progresses afterwards. While that's happening, let's check on our Convex backend, guys. So we can see that now our Convex backend has been moved to here. So if we go over here, we can see apps. We have backend, Convex with the node modules. That's awesome, right? We have everything running in here. And that's perfect because now our admin and our app can pull from that. Cool. So it's installed it, right? So in this case, it's installed the new CLI. Now, if we go ahead and build the platform for the development profile, EAS project not configured. Yes. Would you like to configure it? Yes. Creating Sanga Papa Pizza on EAS. And then you can see it's linked it. No environment variables with visible plain text and sensitive found. Would you like to link your iOS bundle identifiers? In this case, I'm just going to carry on. iOS app only is this exempt. Yes. Do all the basic defaults is fine for now. Do you want to log into your Apple developer account? I've already logged in, so it should let me log straight in. Yeah. So I've already logged in. I'm going to log into my account. Well, you can do the same thing, right? Of course, I'm just showing you because that way I've already set that up. Now, once that's done, do you want to reuse a certificate? That's fine. I'm going to reuse my certificate. And then I've got a bunch of devices here. So in this case, ad hoc build. I don't know which one it is actually. Let's just click that one. I don't remember actually which one it was. Create a new profile, provision. Do you want to continue without provisioning those devices? Yes. All right, it's fine for now. To be honest, I shouldn't have done that, but it's fine. And then you see it's going to create a bunch of serials and all that stuff. So what I want to do now is, good fingerprint. So let's go ahead and let that do its thing for now. In the meantime, I want to see something. So we're going to have to rebuild. So surprisingly enough, I actually don't run this command. I actually run Expo run iOS instead of this. So I'm just wondering if it's a different step. So Expo run, rebuild advanced profile, Expo skills, or debugger profile. So npx npm run, yes. Let me see what it is for my one. I actually run this. Yeah, so you see this is, I had a feeling this was going to happen. So Fastlane is not available. I didn't install Fastlane on this machine. Okay, there's a different way to do this. We can do Control R. We can do npx run. I think it was iOS. npx expo run. Yeah, so we can do this. So these two commands are quite important that you're going to have to use quite a lot. npx expo pre-build clean, which basically wipes the old stuff, and then npx expo run iOS, right? So if I was to just do that now, you can see like it starts running a build on my machine locally. So it's worth knowing that the two different things, right? So what I done previously, you'd have to set up Fastlane, do a bunch of that stuff. You definitely want to do that, right? Today, obviously, while we're live, I'm just trying to get the thing up and running so I can show you guys. And this is the thing with native builds. They take a little bit more time to set up, which is why they're pretty crazy to do live, but it's all good, right? Now, Convex functions, let's just check on a bunch of our stuff over here. I'm going to just rerun this one. So, oops, run dev front. Oh yeah, this function is actually, remember, the admin app has now changed. So now we only have, if we go into our admin app, package.json. Okay, yeah, so now we only have we separated the packages, right? So it'll be npm run dev. And this would be for the backend file. We can fix the lock files afterwards. And then we're going to have over here, that's building. So let's create another one. And then I'm going to split. Actually, we don't need to split. We can have ls cd apps. And then we got the backend. Again, Siri wanted to jump into the mix there. See backend. And then now we've got the package.json here. So what have I got for my command over there? Apps, backend, package.json, convex dev. So npm run dev. And this will spin up my convex backend, right? So now we can just rename this one to convex backend. Okay. So you see what we got now? So that's running the Convex backend. We've got the admin Next.js app, the Expo app running over here, and this is a spare node terminal, okay? So this will help us out quite a bit in terms of just keeping things organized and neat. And we've got nice separation between our apps, right? So we can deploy as we wish. And again, the next natural upgrade here would make that a monorepo, or start with a monorepo structure if you wanted to, right? So there's a couple of things that I want to do to streamline this now. So you want to make sure firstly the Convex functions are working. That's great. The Next.js app, let's just see if it's loading still so we can make sure that we're good on that front. Yeah, so that's all working great. And then what I want you to do is open up a separate terminal and then go into convex.dev and make sure that you can log in and go into the side. So I think I'm about to clear my head. I worked with one of the most difficult senior devs in the unknown community. He's a gaslight for me. I joined because I don't have experience. I can't answer deep questions, guys, on the live stream. But you see now the native app would have just finished building. Let's see what's happened. So yeah, unable to resolve module React Native reanimated. So remember, that was actually an issue that we saw could have popped up. Remember, so if we go into our admin, our app, remember we did see that was going to be an issue. And the reason probably why is because this is popping up inside of, where is React Native reanimated? So React Native reanimated. So we see it here, but I didn't actually remove it. So that was probably my fault here. So animated icons, React Native reanimated. So that was causing an issue on Android. Okay, so this is only for the animated and the collapsible stuff. So the question is, I didn't actually need that or want those animated icons. So we could actually just get rid of those entirely because I don't plan on using them. So animated icon. So that's the little animated icon. So for now, we don't actually even need that. So I can get rid of this one. That's number one. We can get rid of this animated splash screen. So just a bit of cleanup now on the code side of things, right? And then we also have inside the index, animated icon over here. We don't need that. And then we're just following the trail, getting rid of those, right? If we hit reload, I think we still have some more reanimated stuff. And I probably also have to uninstall it. Yeah, definitely have to uninstall it. So this was actually, yeah, it does fight with SDK 55 sometimes. So we actually saw this inside of the setup, right? It was actually already explained to us over here, import and then uninstalled this one. So I believe inside of native, let's go ahead and just rerun this command, okay? So they do mention that this could be a concern as well. I think that's why it's actually freaking out as well. So let's cut the app running here. Let's do npm uninstall React Native reanimate. I mean, you always want to make sure you're in the right directory as well. Remove 41 packages, there you go. So now this should not actually be there. So that's no longer there. So if we were to do a search again, sometimes you have to just kind of cut the search, run it again. Well, okay, it's still part of the peer dependencies, I guess. Let's get rid of this one. I mean, the animated icon.web, we don't need that either. We're just trying to clear things up now. Get rid of this. We don't need these. Get rid of that. And for the explore, that's fine. Okay. Now, let's give this a go. So hit a refresh. And it says, oh yeah, now we need to restart our development server. So what happened is we just finished the build, right? So the actual full thing built, and then it spun up the app. So once it builds that entire build process, you know, that big one that was basically running. Now, once you've done a build, you don't need to rebuild every single time, right? What you can actually do is just go into your main thing and actually just do npm run start. It's only when you install more dependencies and change things up, and you can see that it's just using that previous development build. And if we hit R now, what it will do is iOS bundled. If we do I, you can see it opens it up, and then you can see welcome to Expo. So this is how effectively we get past that point, right? So you don't need to rebuild that development bundle every single time. But you see, we unblocked ourselves. Cool. Okay. So now what I want you to do is, well, we're pretty good now, right? The admin is still generating the Convex files over here, which is not ideal. So I want to just double check what that did actually. So Convex underscore, what was that, underscore generated are still being generated inside the admin file. Fix that. You want to go ahead and make sure there's probably a config that I haven't tweaked somewhere that needs to go ahead and get updated. But effectively what we should be doing is running that, not here, but instead inside the backend. So it should be running here. And then, yeah, oh, interesting actually. So maybe I just need to delete that, I guess. It's Convex generated after being generated. And it's likely because Convex is still running from the admin directory. So I probably, it's because I just ran it from there. Okay. Stale from the before. Let me also check the pattern. Okay. So it's just left over. So it just needs to delete that. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we're good now. Okay. And then the admin app, if we just cut that off and do npm run dev now, we can see that, yep, there's no Convex that spins up. And if we go ahead and cut our Convex and run that again, we can see, let's just double check here. So we can see that it runs. We refresh. Yeah, that's better. So if we go back over here, we don't have a Convex there now. Convex is running only in here. This is what we wanted. And if we go to auth Convex, front end is already, yep, there we go. That's great. This one, we don't need the environment variable set here because it's deployed on cloud. Okay. Okay. Now, there we go. Right. And now we've got the free apps, and then we've got a separate terminal if we need it. Okay. So we unblocked ourselves. Okay. So now that that's done, what I want you to do is come back over here and add the authentication screen. So very simply, we go over here, we can go ahead and actually make this a little bit easier for ourselves. So we can see this is the documentation. So what we can do is in the actual logged in screen. So if we go to collapse everything, go to admin, app, go to source app, index.tsx. And at the top here, what I want you to do now is to understand things. So if we do console log and do is signed in, right? And if we hit save, you should be able to see, look, false and true. So is signed in is false, is loaded is true. So we're not signed in at the moment. So when we're not signed in now, what we want to do is basically go ahead and render the user login, right? So look at this, use user profile modal. Let's go ahead and pop these in. And let's go ahead and bring these in. So this Clerk Expo and this Clerk Expo. Okay, so we got a bunch of things here. So present user profile, user, and sign out. And then let's go here. And if we're not is loaded, it should show a loading indicator. Otherwise, you see it shows the auth view. So let's go ahead and pop those in. So boom. And now again, from React Native, we're probably gonna have to import a bunch of stuff. I'm just tabbing these and it's importing them at the top. Styles centered. So in this case, I haven't added the styles down below. We can add those after. And auth view. This one is actually from, we need to import it from Expo native. Right, so Expo native. Okay. Now, hey, look at that. That is awesome. Cool. Right. So in this case, like we can go ahead and do. Now, what I'd recommend here is you could actually go ahead and put that in a modal and it will look really nice. So it'll look like it slides up in a modal. You could do that. Let's see what else we got to customize here. Is dismissible, and you've got the key as well. And then also is dismissible by default is false, but I wonder if this is true. That might be, oh, okay. So if you dismiss that, I see. So you can go ahead and set that up if you handle your routing correctly, right? Styles.centered is for the activity loader. So if we were to refresh, we can see that the activity loader in the beginning didn't render nicely. It's not signed in, it's not loaded. Styles dots. And I actually want to just quickly style that before we carry on. So styles.centered. Dun, dun, dun. So down here, we can just pop in centered. And now, yep, the little loader loads in. We have a little flicker though, which I'm not too happy about. And that's because it's rendering the app tabs first, right? So we're going to fix all of that afterwards. But for now, I just want to get the authentication flow working so I can actually see if the user's properly logged in. So we're going to log in. Let's do Google. And you can see, look, I'm not actually done any coding besides adding this one-liner component in. This is what I love about this AuthView component. And this is a beautiful collaboration between, what's it called? Clerk and Expo. Like super, super nice. Look at this. And look at that. Boom, we're logged in, right? Now, we've got the user here. So that I didn't, you see how easy that was? It was crazy, right? So if we are in, for example, inside the Explore tab, or now we're inside the home. So if we go inside of our Explore, or we're in the home, I guess, see we have user, present user profile. So if we were to go ahead and add in like some buttons, for example, like look, you've got the sign out, manage profile. These are just like some dummy things that we can pop in. Let's go ahead and actually just throw this entire bunch. Instead of all of this themed view stuff, let's get rid of all of that. Let's go ahead and replace that with their example, okay? And then for the styles, for the image, we can import Expo image. Yeah, we've got loads of styles that basically we need to import. So what I think is easiest here is you just take their styles instead of having the ones that I had in mind. So you want to go ahead and get rid of all of the styles down here. We don't need the dev menu hint as well anymore, so we can get rid of that. And then underneath, we can simply pop the styles in. Okay, and now the text. Why is this freaking out? Text is from React Native. We should have text, yeah. Text. Get rid of all this stuff that we don't need. And then get rid of this. Get rid of this. You see how we're just cleaning things up, right? And this is really like you can refactor as you wish, right? Hit a refresh. Boom. Right, now we're here. Okay. Now, this is what I wanted. Cool. And then we can continue with Google. So let's do a continue with Google. Let's log in again. That's not good. Yeah, get rid of that. Save that. Okay. Now, once we're logged in, you can see that we got the user, right? Now I want to show you a couple of things, because look, this is what's so nice, is that not only did I not have to do any of the authentication flow, all I had to do was add in this one AuthView component. I've got a little bug on my simulator, but you won't have to log in every time. So it's just my device that does this one thing. So if we do notice that, that's just mine. But otherwise, you guys can see here, look, the user button, this right here, perfect. If we click it, so first it just shows the user itself, right? But I think the user button that I'm looking for is actually this one. Yeah. So you see this user button, guys, I didn't implement anything. And now just from here, I can change the user's picture. I can go ahead and change the name. I can update all their details. And this is modifying my actual clerk profile. I can go into here and I can add in different accounts. This is all built off the back, right? So everything, if I click on sign out, boom, I sign out. Everything built from literally one component, user button, and also AuthView, right? Beautiful. Now, I also want to check out the present user profile. Where's this rendered out? So this is on the touchable opacity for manage profile. Okay. So if you can either toggle that by having the user button, which is this one right here, or if you click on manage profile, it also pulls up, so you can programmatically call it with present user profile. So I wanted to highlight these two things because honestly, it's a game changer. Like just from those two things, we have user management, right? So we have full authentication flow inside of our app. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to shift that into a profile view. So I'm going to create a profile.tsx and then RFCE. I don't think I have my React Native. I do have React Native functional export components. So React Native functional export, that's just a plugin. You can feel free to download that one. So React Native functional, I think it was, yeah, that one. So we can say profile. So this is just a profile component. And inside of our layout, app tabs actually, here in app tabs, we actually have our native tab handler. So this is native tabs, something beautiful in SDK 54, I believe it came for Expo. And you can see we have the home, explore. I'm going to add one more for the profile. Oh, it was actually there. One more for the profile. So profile, yep. We don't actually have an image for that one. So we don't have an image for that one. That one's rendering it assets, image, tab icons, explore. So do we have any other assets actually? Do I have any assets, image, explore, icons? We have home, explore. Where is it? Tab images, tab icons, explore, home. Okay, so we've got the few different variants that are pulling in. So these are just going to be different ones. So what I might do is actually just replace one of these. I mean, we can easily get another one for ourselves, but for now I'm being a bit lazy. I just want to go ahead and do, I just pop this in. Yeah, so rendering mode. Pop this in. So there you go, profile. Okay. So, and then for explore, let's just remove that. So in this case, okay, we've got the explore, profile, home. Okay, so this is already perfect tab management, really nice. For the profile, I'm going to basically shift everything from, everything that we had from our index effectively over to that. So this entire view, I'm going to move to profile over here. So let's shift that over. And then and also actually, you know what? It's a bit silly. We could do it a few ways actually. So, all right, let's do a little refactoring, right? So in this case, we need to swap the index with the profile. So what I could do is I could do that myself, or I could just get AI to do it. So I'm gonna say swap the index and profile pages, page contents. I want the index.tsx screen, or you can just do it at index.tsx screen contents inside the profile screen. Okay, so we can go ahead and do that. Just spin that off, let that do its thing. That'll shift it all for us. We can come in and check on that afterwards. So that basically, and then I want the index to be a dummy screen. This is effectively where we're gonna order pizza from. So now we need to build, right? Because we're kind of, we're focusing too much on this side. So this is, you can follow through the next steps and you can have a bunch more things. This is really powerful stuff. And then you guys saw there, like first, it's so simple, guys, because I was doing the refactor now. Yeah. So it's going to go ahead and swap things out for us. And then if I just go ahead and accept all, so you guys can see here, the home screen is very basic now and the profile is that now. And as you can see, we have the profile stuff over there, and in home, we have it up there. Now, because it's up there, you've got two ways of addressing danger zones. So if we go into the index over here, we can either do safe area view. So you can either do a safe area view, or you can use insets. There's loads of different things you can do, but just a quick, easy one. If you did that, you see how it pops in the inside the view, right? So you can do that, or you can do safe area insets, whatever the case. But I just want to, show you that you can do those things. So for now, we've got our base set up. So once you have your base set up, right, and everything's kind of, in a stable place, I want you to check your git diff, because at this point, I guarantee something's going to be wrong, right? 4,800 changes, right? There's way too many changes here. Let's have a look what's going on. So firstly, the agent skills are fine to commit. The main thing is node modules are being committed, right? That's absolutely wrong. So you can go ahead and check this out, but basically we can use AI to quickly change this. So git diff, so I can show you the git diff shows too many changes. We need to say add node modules to the git ignore and check. Wait, I'm just gonna use super bar. Check for other things that should also be ignored. All right, so let that do its thing. And that's gonna basically, that number should massively drop. It should never be 4,800. We never ever commit node modules, okay? So now it's gonna go ahead and check out all the git ignore files, and then it's gonna check the git status to see what's structured, and then it'll be able to compare. Okay, so preparation wise, it took a little bit of time, but in this case, this was me trying to really go ahead and explain everything in depth. We have an admin app and we have this. The only difference is that now the one thing that I didn't do actually is for the Expo app, I didn't wrap it around the clerk provider. So the difference is that where we have the clerk provider pattern here, we need to do one more step, right? And that one more step is inside of admin. And if you can see it here, actually, if you type in clerk Convex, you can see inside of the documentation, whenever you go ahead and see, like, for example here, when you set things up, you have to change the way you wrap things. You see how we go ahead and wrap the app inside of a Convex provider, and then we go ahead and instantiate Convex, for example. Okay, so we need to do the same thing. Now, I have got the component already set up pretty much inside of a layout. So inside of our admin app, we had it working. So if we go to our admin app, the layout, here we have our clerk provider and then the Convex client provider, this one. And you see this component right here, this is the one we need. We're going to copy this and we're basically going to shift this to our app. Okay, so over here, we're going to go ahead and create a components folder, or actually inside the source maybe, components folder, yeah? And we're going to add it inside there, Convex client provider. And you see these are wrong packages. Okay, so these are obviously not all the correct packages. Convex React, Convex Clerk Expo is going to be here. This is going to be Clerk Expo. For this one, we need to make sure we are using the right packages. So I want to make sure we do this correctly. So set up this. We've done this. Deploy Next.js React. Yeah, so Clerk React Clerk, and the packages are the same regardless. So Clerk React. And then it's going to be, the only difference is actually that we need to make sure we don't do is if we pull this over the left and we open up our layout over here. So Convex React Clerk, so Clerk Next.js. So we just need to make sure you use the right packages here. So we need to install Convex React, number one. So I want you to go ahead and do that first. Well, actually, Convex Expo is what we may need here. Convex Expo. So using Convex, npm expo install Convex. So let's go ahead and install that firstly into our app, because we shouldn't be using the same. Oh, no, don't do it there. Don't do it there. Right. Did I accidentally install it there? No. Okay. Yeah. CD into apps. Siri. It's so annoying when Apple thinks I'm saying the magic word. Okay. CD into the app. And then inside of here, npx expo install Convex. Okay, so we're going to expo install Convex. And now you can see this is going to install Convex, but this is installing the database, which I don't want to do. So let's see what that did. We actually added in the packages that I needed, which is the correct thing. So we have clerk provide. So firstly, just to avoid any confusion, I'm inside of the app and then inside of Convex client provider. Okay. So here, just to avoid any confusion that could be happening right now, Clerk Expo here is our use auth. And then the Convex client is over here. So new Convex React client, like so. And then here, you see this? Next public Convex URL. This is wrong, right? So this one obviously needs to now change. So inside of our environment file, you see we don't have next public Convex URL. We have next Expo public. So firstly, it needs to become Expo public. And then the easiest way to do is to go to your environment local in your other project, grab your these two, go back to your environment file, paste it in, and just change these two prefixes with Expo. Okay, so because we might need both of these, right? So Expo public Convex URL, and then you want to instead pop those in because Expo doesn't read that. And again, it's not a use client because we're not in Next.js here. We're inside of Expo. Okay, so now we have our Convex client provider. We go over to our layout now. And then if we see inside of the documentation, so that's when you were to obviously connect it up, Convex client. And I just want to make sure that we're correctly, Convex React client, unsafe changes, warning, false. You can use Superbase if you wanted to. Honestly, there's no preference here. If you like Superbase, feel free to use Superbase, right? Going back to documentation here, we wrap it around the Convex provider with Clerk. So where we have our, I keep switching between apps, which is very, very frustrating. So script, source, app, layout. So here we are. So Clerk provider, and then I have the component, Convex client provider. Here we are. Okay. So Convex provider with Clerk. And you see it has to be inside of the Clerk provider. So the way we want to do that is we go into our layout and you see our Clerk provider. You want to make sure you push it inside of that. So now what we do is we're going to go ahead and say Convex client provider. And you see how we push it underneath that and we import it like so. Okay. Now, once we have that, we should be good. Now you can see that you can control which UI is shown when the user is signed in or out using Convex's authenticated or unauthenticated and auth loading. These should be used instead of Clerk's show components respectively. So very important to remember that. Okay. It's important to use the use Convex auth hook instead of Clerk's use auth hook when you need to check whether the user is signed in or not. So even here where we use the use auth, you're only going to use the use auth when you're setting things up initially. So we had the use auth from Clerk React over here, but when you're actually inside the app, you want to be using use Convex auth, all right, instead. So it basically is making sure that the fetches happen the full way around, right? And this is where I think the documentation for this integration might need to get updated because I think there's a slight discrepancy with it. But you can see now, okay, it was fine until we got there. But let's go back to, we need to change one thing actually. So our login logic. So here we were checking for the login state, right? Inside of the profile screen, which is wrong. We need it inside the layout. Okay. So we're going to shift this logic. So over here, so I want to have the two files open. So I'm going to have my layout file over here. I'm going to have my profile over here, and let's just start refactoring. So typically everything's happening over on the layout, right? When the app loads, what to show and so forth, right? So we're going to take this over there and we're going to start refactoring things out. So firstly, this needs to be inside of here. And then we need to pull in the use auth from like so. Okay. And then the only thing is here, you see, we're trying to use auth from Clerk and we're outside the theme, outside the Clerk provider. So this is where it poses issue, right? So we actually need to have this happen inside perhaps the Convex client provider. Otherwise the state won't be available, I don't believe. So this is something which I fixed in another one, but I really don't want to screw it up with you guys. So I want to kind of get this right. So if we did try it here, we can give it a try, but I don't believe this is the nice way to go. So if I was to pop this in here, let's go ahead and give it a try. So import, 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 and then styles.centered. Let's go ahead and give that over at the bottom. Just like this. Okay. Now, okay, refresh. Okay, yeah. So use auth can only be used within inside of a clerk provider component. Yeah. So this is where typically it's just a React pattern that we have to deal with, right? So we want to make sure, and then by the way, we're not done with the refactoring. So we need to do it inside of here, the Convex client provider. So effectively, we need to take all of this, go inside of here, and I want to do it here, really, right? Or even, do we do it here or do we do it inside another layer? It actually should be happening in the app tabs or your first navigator. So it should really be happening at this level. It should be happening here. Yeah. So we should be doing it at whatever your lowest, like your main navigator is. So our main navigator is our app tabs in this instance. So we're going to go ahead and put it here because it needs to be at the lowest point underneath Convex and client. Yeah. Pull that in. And then when we render these out, so right now, actually, we can keep these. These are just around the user's logged in state. So that's absolutely fine. Use clerk. And same for this. Okay. Now, if we hit a refresh, let's see. So use auth can only be used within the tab layout. So tab layout, where's my tab layout? Tab layout. We're not, oh, we forgot to save the file. Yep, there we go. So now, the only thing, that's actually an old file. Yeah. So let's do a bit of cleanup. And then let's do a bit of cleanup here. And there we go. Okay. Now there are going to be, you know, at the end of this, I'll actually give you the whole code base because it'll make it a bit more simple for you guys to log in. But in this case, it's just because I had the mono repo structure. It got a little bit confusing. But let's go ahead and do a continue now. And then we should log in and then render more hooks than the previous renders because I screwed something up over here. So the use auth inside the app tabs. So I've messed something up deeply here and it's very frustrating on the live stream. Okay. Let me have a look at the actual documentation. So Expo Clerk AuthView is what I'm after. AuthView Expo. So we have the sign-in screen, right? And then we have the replacement. Okay. I have a nice way we can do this. We can use protected stacks. That's what I did before. So, okay, back to layout. What we can do here is I actually have a very nice code base that I did a little bit of a practice run on. I'm going to pull up on the side just so I can reference something because I figured this out yesterday and I wanted to work something out. Pizza. 1 second, guys. I'm just going to pull that up for reference because I did one slight change in that, which I believe will help me out a little bit with this now. So what's this? Oh, I'm already in the pizza app. Okay, it was app tabs. So pizza app store. Okay. So yesterday I was messing around with something and I had my code base. And you know, I don't mind actually showing. So I was messing around with the mono repo structure. And what I did was I had my layout navigation, which was our root layout navigator, clerk provider. And then we rendered the root layout navigator inside a separate, it's just a separate child component. I see. So this is what I was doing wrong. Okay. So effectively, we need to just simply do a root layout navigator. Then we have our imports. And then we have our slot. And the slot is effectively rendered here. But instead of this, I can actually just render out the app tabs. So I can render the app tabs here. And then here, we can just render out the root layout navigator. And that way it's technically nested within it. And then in app tabs, we don't want to have the logic that I put in here. We just want to have the tabs. Yeah. So that should be good now. There we go. Right. Here, refresh. Let's test it out. So now, go over here. Okay. So now we've got the first, so this is our top layout. You see everything is wrapped the way that it should be wrapped. The only thing that I do notice is that dynamic, I'm not sure if we need, I don't think this is for this. Yeah, that's okay, cool. So we go into continue with Google, continue with pizza, we sign in, and imagine the users coming in, they want to sign in, buy a pizza. Right, you can style that up as you wish, right? Eventually in the beginning, like for now, the customization for that screen isn't available, but you can simply have it in a kind of, you know, a pizza screen and then a sign up pop up, and you can go ahead and customize that yourself. But now I want to focus more on the actual UI screen. So there we go. We fixed that part, right? My simulator has a bug, which isn't actually, you know, a very commonly known bug, but you guys won't have the experience of signing out every time if I do a hot refresh. So just know that that is something that only I'm experiencing at the moment. I'm trying to figure out why that's happening as well, right? So let's do the full build now. Okay, so all right, the main thing is Command N. I need to plan out the actual app. Okay, so at this point, so we're 1 hour and 30 in, and watch how fast this is going to go now, because this goes to show once you've got everything set up the correct way, the backend, the admin app, the front end app, it really doesn't take long to build something with the correct source setup. So going to our design over here, I'm going to give the design that we previously had over here as inspiration for this, right? So we've got a couple of pizzas here. You know, you can add a couple of ingredients. We can select the restaurant we don't actually want. We just want to have a single kind of restaurant design. But I actually want to keep the glass native UI at the bottom of it, okay? So let's go ahead and take this, for example, as maybe inspo, right? So something like this. Now I can pop this in and I can say, we don't want the navigation from this picture. We want to keep the native navigation that we currently have, right? And I'm basically just going to keep annotating now. So we need to make a plan to create a pizza delivery app. This is going to be for a single store called Papa Pizza, right? Papa's Pizza, right? Let me restart the playlist. And let's have a quick water break. Okay, so we need to create and obviously switch to plan mode at this point. Do Command D as well to go into the proper plan view. And this is going to help us out a lot, right? The app belongs to /app. So it's going to be this, right? And the admin panel where we control the inventory, the pizzas available, the ingredients, the type of pizzas available to order, and also where we can see the orders that have been placed belong in the Next.js app. And then we just simply pop in the admin. So basically, see how I'm linking it up now? Both apps, the app that the users will use to order pizza and the admin panel will use a shared backend Convex instance for the database. So there's real-time streaming by default. Okay. And then this is going to be the Convex backend. So in this case, we go to our backend package. Okay. So now we've got the setup nicely. What I need as watching, we can say, we need to create an MVP here where we can essentially go ahead and as a user, select the pizzas that we want inside of our cart, navigate to the cart screen, and then go ahead and place an order. The order should then appear in the admin panel. And in the admin panel, we should be able to go ahead and change the status of the pizza order. So we should be able to see the pizzas that need to be cooked. And then we should be able to say if they're on their way to be delivered to the user. And then also once they have been delivered to the user. So we should be able to update the status. We should be able to have CRUD functionality that makes sense. And for the user, we should be able to see all of our placed orders as well as the individual status. Using Convex Realtime, this should be fairly simple to achieve. And the reason why I chose Convex is because basically Convex by default, the database is real-time. So as long as we have those fields updating in the backend, our user is going to see that real-time order status. Okay. Now for the actual image we gave in, this is just some inspiration for some of how the UI can look. Right. So, we can go ahead and give that as a draft. And then really, I want to do one more thing, which is only admin users should be able to use the admin app. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to check for an admin role on Clerk side. That we can manually add from Clerk's dashboard to assign which users are an admin. Okay, so that way we can protect the admin app as well. And then for the other side, we have got payment stuff, which if we have time, we can implement. We're going to potentially do Stripe checkout. If not, then we can just kind of mock the payment side. Okay, but let's begin with this, right? I'm going to say, I want you to use as much of SDK 55 Expo features as we possibly can, perhaps in the navigation to make things look extra nice. So they've got some awesome actually stuff that we could use here. And then perhaps the bottom accessory would be really nice there actually. But let's just start with this, right? So we're going to give this as a whole idea. We're going to start a plan, right? So this is in plan mode, of course. We're going to go ahead and close these. And now we're going to really start seeing some acceleration with the app, right? I didn't specifically tell it to use the plugins and skills because it should be doing that by default, okay? But if it doesn't, then it's just worth knowing that we might be better off prompting it as well. While this is happening, I'm going to change my music to be a bit more lo-fi as well, because I think it's a bit more of a jam session right now that I'm going to get this stuff done. But feel free, ask your questions like while we're doing this, because this bit is pretty much where everything rapidly accelerates and you're going to see both apps getting rapidly built out, and it's really kind of cool, right? So I'm going to have effectively things set up really nicely now. I'm going to have the admin app over here. So this is going to become our admin app. This is going to be our users app. This is going to be, I guess, our documentation side of things. So in case we need to check out designs or documentation, we can go on this. And really, I do recommend, like, if you're working with AI, it benefits you to have multiple screens, guys. Like, just invest in them. Like, I use, obviously, when you got so much stuff going on, like an app running, a backend, having separate screens running everything is going to be an absolute game changer for you. While that's happening, I really want to highlight one thing. Like, although we had a bit of trouble setting things up, that was more my fault. The actual thing that was absolutely incredible is how, one, the Clerk and Convex sides play together, because now we can do, essentially secure calls to know which the user is logged in and basically check on backend functions. But most importantly, if you go here to, actually, I'm just wondering actually, if we needed to do the Clerk wrapper on the Convex wrapper, it's fine, we can keep it for now. But for the actual, if we go here to the layout, like, guys, really, like, the fact is, if you've ever had to build authentication, and please comment down, like, in the chat right now if you've ever had to do this, but the fact you can just do that, if you're not signed in, return an AuthView, right? And you can actually pass in two different values here, sign in or up, or just sign up if you want to restrict only one or the other. Like, that is so crazily simple, it's unreal, right? To be able to do that. So yeah, once you get past the development build and all that kind of stuff, and remember, like, when you're building native, you do need a bit more patience, in my opinion, right? But thanks to Expo, you can do this stuff. Otherwise, truly before this, like, building two apps entirely, it was a big task, right? So in this case, we've got 3 sub agents kind of, running off and checking how the entire app looks so we can build a plan. And this is another reason why I like using Cursor, because what Cursor does really well is it spins up sub agents which are cheaper. So Composer 2 is cheaper. It doesn't use my same quota. So if we go here, for example, to my Cursor settings, to my my usage tab, what you'll see is, look, I have 35% API used up, right? And then in this case, I've got Auto on Composer. Now, Auto on Composer are these models. So when I'm using these sub-agents, I'm not using from my API cost, right? Which is actually very, very important, right? We ideally want to save that one because that's what we want to, use things like Opus 4.6. A very good library as well that I've come to love is Context 7. So this, I mean, it didn't do a good job there, but it tends to be a pretty good tool at pulling in the latest stuff inside of your what's it called? The latest docs and MCP and skills and that stuff. So if you go into cursor settings and you go into your let's make it a bit bigger. Go into plugins, this one here. So you see Upstash Context 7 MCP server for up-to-date documentation lookup. It's very, very cool. It actually helps out quite a lot, right? So Command D is how I'm navigating between these two views, right? One view I use for like the AI side, one view I use for kind of when I'm coding myself and checking things out and all that stuff. Okay, now let's go over here. So now I have a thorough understanding of Cobas. Let me look up the Clerk has API for role-based access control, which is needed for the admin panel. Yes. So one thing that you can do inside a Clerk, which I love, is if we go over to Clerk's configure panel, you see my user. So I've logged in already, and also here, like you can actually add in your bundle ID and app ID prefix. I actually think, I'm not sure if I actually needed to do this for the development. Part of me is thinking I did need to do this for the development, but I'm not sure. I'll come back to this. But basically for the users, when you're in the production, I 100% have to do that. But here you see we have Sunny. So if I want to make Sunny an admin effectively, I can go into his public metadata and I can literally go ahead and basically add in. It can only be read from the backend and the frontend API, but it can't be changed from anywhere else, right? So in this case, I could say something like role admin, right? And I can check now for that. And that is only basically savable or accessible or modifiable on what's it called? From a secure signed place. So like no one can, although it's called public metadata, no one can just come in and change that. Okay. So now it started to basically go ahead and create a plan. So what you want to do now is really dive into this plan and look at it. So Purpose Pizza Delivery Plan, current state Expo app, Next.js admin app, right? And you can see that we've got native tabs, 3 tabs with placeholder content, Convex backend, no formal monorepo tooling. So in this case, yeah, we should be using monorepo tooling. Phase 1, Convex schema and backend functions. Replace the demo numbers table with the pizza domain model. So categories, right? Pizzas, so name, description, image, category, base URL, prep time, minutes, rating, calories is available, right? Sizes, we've got different sizes, which linked, I believe, to the pizza or not. No, so they're not actually interesting. They're not linking to the pizzas. This is where I want to essentially give it a little bit of a review and feedback on the plan. So then we have the orders, order items, size ID. So I'm guessing we just have standardized sizes. So you could have like, I guess because it's a pizza, it's pretty straightforward. The ingredients, however, so ingredients. Oh, yep. So we do have ingredients. And then for an order, you can see an order would be, has a status, a price, delivery address, notes. And then order items are linked to the order. So in this case, we have, for an order item, we have the order itself, the order, the pizza, the size, and the extras, which is an array of ingredients. So in this case, we have the order, the pizza ID, the size ID of the size that was selected, the quantity of that, the unit price, and then the extras listed out for the ingredients for that order. And that order is linked to this order right here. So that's actually a good model. Key patterns or mutations. Yes, that's fine. Okay, user throw if unauthenticated. Yes, that's what we want. Admin only mutations. Check the user's role with the JWT claims. Queries use index. Okay, yep. Export to our customer experience. Navigation structure. Keep the existing nav, but restructure tabs. Add a cart tab. Yep. I mean, you see how it's using SDK 55's native tabs. Nice. New stack API for pizza detail screens. That's cool. So if I show you that, actually, it's kind of cool. So if we go to SDK 55, I had it open like a nice little 55. I think it's called the stack API. So stack, new toolbar. So we actually have a toolbar as well, which is awesome, right? And you even have the zoom kind of, you know, transitions. So when you click into something, it zooms in. There's a lot of very cool changes, but I believe I'm trying to look for, yeah, there we have new stack API. So we have this flow as well. We have, I'm really would love to have like your pizza is being cooked, but we'll see if we can get to that point, right? Without getting too crazy long. Search bar at the top, local filtering, horizontal scrolling, okay. UI inspiration, rounded card design, yes. Pizza detail screen, cart management, no server-side cart MVP, use React context expose, yeah, okay, that's fine. Local storage, cart screen, order detail screen. And then you would pretty much run through your files. So admin role gate. So this is the main one. So rename proxy to middleware.ts. This is old. No, that's wrong. So this is wrong, right? Read all Clerk plugins and skills to ensure that you're using the most up-to-date documentation. In addition, the session claims metadata, I don't believe this is the right approach. Check the actual skills that are installed from Clerk to see how we can do this the correct way. Because this is wrong. This is not correct. And this is the problem sometimes with AI. It can really hallucinate in a confident way, right? So in this case, so it should be checking Clerk skills, yeah. And now you can see like it should be pulling in our Clerk, and if it hasn't, now let me read the Clerk MCP tool, see what's available. So yeah, there you go, custom UI, webhooks. It's going to start reading through a lot of the, let me check, especially B2B set more resource. We're not using B2B, but anyway, it should still help us out. We're not, yeah, that's the problem. It's using B2C. We're using B2C today. We're not going to be using, oh yeah, here we are. Manual. So public metadata set row admin. So it is actually this one. Oh, it actually is that one. Okay, anyway, let it do this. Kind of, it's better to be a bit more intrusive with it. Order management, the core admin feature, real-time order list, use query, menu management, clean up, remove the demo stuff, seed data and polish. Yes, we can have some seed pizza data and key technical cart storage client side only. Pizza stores URL strings for MVP, can migrate to Convex file storage later. For this one, I want to do, let me turn the music down a bit, I need to focus. For this one, I'm going to say, I want to go ahead and use Convex file storage now. And when we seed in the images, we go ahead and pull things from copyright-free places. I believe it was Upsplash. Was it Upsplash? Was it Upsplash that they pull it from? I always forget copyright-free places. I'm sure it was Unsplash or Upsplash. Let me know in the comments. But let me see images. We go ahead and pull things from copyright-free places and upload. Unsplash. Yes, thank you guys. Upload, right, from Unsplash. We should be able to remove all the seeded information easily as well. Right? Thank you so much, guys. Look at that. That's how I know you're locked in. That's so cool. Right? I read through the Clerk MTP. Correction. Proxy is correct. Correction 2. Admin wrote after reading the Clerk is what I found. It has functional object organization. It does not work with public metadata session claims. Process older Clerk. So use Clerk organizations. No. Use public metadata workaround. Simpler setup. Just use. Because we're not using B2B, we're using a B2C approach. We're going to be using the public metadata workaround for now. All right, because if you do use role-based access control, then yes, you are creating a B2B app. I did that in the last video, but we're not going to be doing that for now. Pending, confirmed, cooking, on the way, delivered, with cancel, available from pending and confirmed. Realtime, all order queries, use Convex, use query, for mic realtime. Yep, that's awesome. And SDK 55, native types from new stack, composable API for headers on detail screens, rendering mode template for tin table tab icons. Cool. Now, is there anything else cool we can add in? Let's see. I would love to add this in. If there's a pizza being made, we can see it, we can add that in. I mean, having the live activities would be awesome to say a pizza is cooking. So that's where I kind of want to get to. More than adding payments to this. The payments would effectively be using Stripe checkout. But I'm more excited to be able to ideally scale it. It depends on what you guys want. Let me know right now. We're about to touch 2 hours. I think we're good on time as well. So, okay, need protect first middleware session claim and redirects non-admins to /unauthorized. Yes. And then we need custom JWT session claims. So session claims don't edit row is save type. Yep, that's good. Check row helper. Yes. Okay. And that's all good. That's all good. That looks all good. And then also change this. All right. So then I added in the pizza change for the URLs. I do want to use the Convex store. Actually, no, I don't know actually. Do we? Yeah, we should do it. Yeah, let's use Convex storage. Let's do it properly. Right. By the way, if your diagrams don't load, like these ones, right, you can actually just use, so this is actually a cool little diagram that I made, but it shows how the Expo and admin panel both pull from the same Next Convex backend. That's because you just need to install the Mermaid package. So here, type in Mermaid, this one here. This plugin allows you to have those diagrams because GitHub will render these out. And when you pull it, to push it to a repo, if you do push it, okay? So remove the nested git here, git shows, that's wrong. What the hell is that? Okay, let's do Command D, Papa's Pizza, where am I at? Here, yeah, waiting plan review. So now update the schema to use vStorage instead of the optional string for images. Yeah, cool. And then we're going to trigger this to do a build. And this is a really cool part that I love, right? So we can actually change it to be a mono repo after, right? So no turbo, you see, PM workspace or turbo. That's much more efficient if you're going to do it. So I do recommend you can go that route if you want to do it. And also for the admin, if you really want, like I do tend to use Chatien for pretty much all my styling. So if we go to Chatien, docs, we could just simply use something like Chatien. This could be a lot simpler for getting a nice thing for the UI on the back end. So yeah, in fact, you know what? Let me install that. So I'm just going to go ahead and do Command E, Command I, Command B. And now over here, we are in our app. So we're not here. I want to add it inside of this admin panel. So not for the Chatien wouldn't be for the app. It would be for the admin panel. Oops. So let's go ahead and copy. So you can use Chatien create, or we can just use straight up CLI. So this one here, npx create, and it. So let's install it. And then Radix, Nova, is fine. But you guys can feel free to do the actual Chatien create if you want, and you can customize like your colors and stuff as well. And also you can use things like wait, is that going to no, that's not right. No, it is right. Yeah, that is right. Overwrite. Yep, I thought it was going to reinstall everything. And then add, for example, a card component. And if you create a mono repo, run the command from apps web to specify the workspace for the repo. So yeah, you could do, to be fair, what you can actually do is you can set up a mono repo directly from here, and it's kind of cool. And that means you can share it between different apps and stuff, which is awesome, to be fair. But today I'm just going to keep it simple. You can feel free to do mono repos yourself. On a live stream, that's kind of a big ask. But maybe I'll do a mono repo next time. Okay. Okay. So now we have the Chatien components. So if we go into here, we have components UI, collapsible. No, this one, app admin components UI button. Yep. So we have our Chatien components. So what I want to do now is Command D. Pull this over. Command B, hide that. What is this? Oh, okay. So go down, and then you see the plan. So where is the plan? This is the plan. Well, what is going on? Is this the no? Command I, yeah. My screen is weirding out right now. There it is, yeah. Okay. All right, here we are. So what I want to do now is click on the plan, and I want to say We were just talking about ShadCN. So for the admin panel, I want to use ShadCN to go ahead and add in all of the UI components. ShadCN, look at that, ShadCN to go ahead and add in all the UI components. Cool. I really recommend when you're doing this as well, you can just use the timestamps to dive through this app. Okay. Now, you've also got an MCP server. So to add this in, we can go cursor, we can add it in so like that. And we can just simply pop it in like that. And you see how you can add in your MCP, configuration saved to cursor. It's gonna try and install it, but I think we already have that. So I already, that's fine for now. Let's just, yeah, let's carry on. It's okay. So look, now add a to do. Like I say, we just installed it manually. So skip that. I also installed ShadCN MCP for you to use. Okay. And then we can just go ahead and you see how it's mapping it, like map to sidebar for the main app, table for listing pizzas, badge tabs. It's going to prevent a bunch of headache like work for the admin sheet for the ShadCN task. Okay. Now, even skills, we can add these into the project as well. And this will go ahead and install it into the project. Now, again, you can do this at the top level. Right now, we're only going to do it at this level in the project. Yes. And now we can see over Command D, Command J. Inside of admin, we should now have the skills installed. So, I believe it was Convex now, agents, ShadCN. Yeah. So we also have the skills now. So that should help the agent out. Command D, pull it over here. I'm back, updating that plan that's already initialized. You also have skills available for ShadCN to use. Okay. So let it find it, and then we're ready to go ahead and trigger the build. All right. So, 2 more likes, by the way. Destroy that like button. All right. Race was already set. This guy's type font chats in the end. Computer well defined. Should be installed as magic complementary. Ah, this is annoying. This is a little tool I had. Ready to start execution. So I'm gonna stop that bit. Yeah. Okay. So ignore that. That's just a little skill I've set up. Okay. So now we've accepted our plan. What I highly recommend you do here is Command D, go to your Git changes, and you see we're on a reasonable number of changes. You'd review this, of course, right? And then right now we have got a few like package.lock files. You'd want to clean that up, but again, like honestly, you can do that on your own. Like give it a reasonable commit message and commit. At this point, I want to obviously focus on the build side. So imagine you did this, gave it a correct commit message, you committed. Now you have a fresh slate to go ahead and build from. So we have the plan that was been set up. So this is the plan right here. What you then do is click on build. Okay. And now we go into our viewer. So let's go over here. And now this is what I would say is the most important step now, really. So you want to basically make sure you're seeing what it's doing, check out everything that it's done, and make sure it's right. So in this case, let's design and implement the Convex schema. And so let's see what it does. Start by reading the Convex guidelines and the current files I need to modify. And quite honestly, because everything's set up nicely now, that 2 hours and 3 minutes. And this is the kind of the cool part that I want to show you. Once you've got things set up, and this is what people tend to do the wrong way. They tend to jump straight into the AI coding, and then they'll spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours going ahead and debugging, right? Whereas if you spend a little bit more time on the setup, then I promise you, like once you actually start building the features, it's like super fast, right? And now we can just have a fun little review while it's building, right? So in this case, it's gone ahead and built the categories. If we do Command J at the same time, and I go into my Convex backend, you can see, look, could not find a public function for did you forget to run npm convex dev. So now it's going to delete some of those old functions. So let's just minimize that so we can see what's going on. And let's just get this a bit more readable so we can actually have a bit of a view of what's happening. So at this point, it's going to go ahead and it's going to find any Convex old functions to go ahead and delete and remove, as well as building out the new ones. So in this case, it's going to it's running Composer 2 here, and you see how effective that is. And this is something I really recommend. Whether you're using Claude, Cursor, whatever it might be, make sure that it's spinning up sub-agents to do the exploration work. Because imagine if we were using Opus to do things like reading all the files in the code base, you're just unnecessarily spending tokens on a job that a very simpler model could do much faster and much cheaper. So this is why I recommend, like, Cursor is an awesome platform, right? So in this case, you see, it went ahead and fixed a bunch of issues. It added some indexes for faster lookup. And then you can see here, this is now added those in. And the thing I like about Convex is it's pretty much doing it in real time. So if we go ahead and go to the left, we go to our Convex now on the back, and we go over here, we go to data, we can see that we've already got categories, ingredients, numbers is an old table, and you can see by the asterisks over here. So we can actually delete that table like so. And let's hit refresh. We can see Papa Pizza, let that happen. And then okay, we get rid of that table, delete table. Yeah, there we go. Categories, ingredients, and you shouldn't be able to delete a active table. Yeah, there you go. Can't delete an active table because it's defined in the schema. It's only when there's the asterisk there. So that's great. Cool. So now the Convex functions has been deployed, which means that our database has been pushed. And this right now is the cool part. So it's building all the Convex functions in parallel. It's actually building it, by the way, with Composer 2. So I hopefully it's doing a good job of that. But in this case, it's doing non-nullable. Okay, this is okay. Dog pizza, I'm sure. Okay, that's fine. So that's actually okay. List all get by ID. And this is going to be inside of get pizza with URL. So it's listing all the pizzas, get by pizza by ID, create a new pizza, making sure that we are an admin, or you're authenticated. Insert pizza, mutation, update pizza, okay. And this is doing, that's pretty big. I don't think that's necessary, but I'm not going to go into granular. You can always do a refactoring job afterwards. So let's see categories. And to be honest, you can either review it like this, or another trick you can do is if you go into, this is in the Composer chat, if you click on review. So in the review now, what you can see is when new files have been added, and then you can scroll down and basically you can kind of like go through undo or, keep submission flow, right? And or you can just go ahead and show the entire file, or add to chat and say, I want changes made, or you can highlight and add to chat. So while you're basically waiting for that to happen, typically what I do is I just scan through the entire thing. So I'll go through it and I'll be like, okay, this is looking kind of good. Typically I'll make it full screen, so I've got more room to view everything. In this case, when you can just see that this is just an addition. It's a creation of utility files. And all these functions, by the way, like list, create, even these queries, list, create, and so forth. If we go into our functions over here, look, these are all actually cloud functions that effectively get deployed that allow us to go ahead and you see, look, query. And you can see even here, like a mutation, right? So these are all effectively cloud functions with the way that Convex works. So it's literally happening in real time. And you see every time adding it, it's just pushing those functions up. And this is why Convex is so cool when you pair it with the things that we're doing right now. Right, everyone's super locked in. Wow. Okay. So it's going ahead and doing those. And where are we at? Where's my agent at? What's this one? No, get rid of that. Now let me use the remove the unused doc. The main thing that I would say that I would look out for if I was you guys is make sure that you're always keeping an eye on if it's basically gone ahead and done. What is this one? What is that shortcut? It's Command this U. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. In fact, okay, what you could do is when you actually come to implement it, you could click on Agents window then and have a look. Am I a fan of this view? No, not necessarily, right? I have a few apps that I'm working on right now. Let me go ahead and close these right now. So these was the ones I was doing before. But in this case, like you see, like this view has been designed in a way where effectively it's more like easy for you to focus on the changes, right? But again, it's a whole nother, like, this is no longer using VS Code effectively. This is now using their own, like Cursor's own basically IDE entirely. So just worth knowing that there is a difference there, right? And also because I triggered the build from the other IDE effectively, the thought process doesn't come through super clearly, right? So if you trigger it from here, I found it comes through a bit more clearer. But you've got the browser, you can do a bunch of stuff here as well. It really depends on preference, I'll be honest, but I still don't fully like doing things in that flow. You see how if I start it here, I can see all of the sub-agents being triggered here. So that's just something that I've noticed, okay? Now, while that's happening, I'm gonna make it relatively smaller so I can just review quicker. So we can kind of see as it's doing things. We're on step 4 right now, and we can already see that it's done all of our kind of queries, our mutations, our backend functions, the orders, and then the seed function. So it actually found a bunch of pictures of pizzas. So in this case, if we click on this, hopefully this is, okay. So in that case, there we've got some spinach pizza, cherry tomato. There you go. Okay, these are kind of cool pictures for us. Veggie supreme. Okay, I mean, we'll make these work, right? And then you've got like here, pepperoni. I guess, oh, it's a 404. Okay, mushroom. Right, so I mean, I guess it's, we can tell the AI afterwards that that's not gonna, some of these didn't work. It's gonna seed, insert the seed data. So American, so basically this is just perfectly designed to go ahead and set up our seed data. And this is one thing I love about AI, which I don't think is honestly used enough, is when you're testing, create AI generated seed data. It helps so much, I can't even explain. It's really gonna like save you a bunch of time when you're testing things out, okay? Now, it's moving on to phase 2, the Expo app, and phase 3, the admin panel. So effectively the backend is kind of done, right? Now I started 4 to-dos. The only concern I have here is it's using Composer 2 to do a lot of the actual implementation portion of it. How do I feel about that is the main thing. Create a content test for episode. Like, is it using Composer 2 or is it using Expo? That's the one thing I'm not sure if they're switched quite heavily on. So if we look inside of our agents, let's see. Like it's kind of forcing us to use, and I noticed that Cursor have been quite aggressive on that lately, where they're pushing for the Composer model more. Hey, thank you, Tatiana. Oh yeah, look at that. My love sent $5. Appreciate you. Right now we're pretty locked in trying to get this to go and build through. So cart context is being built out. Let's have a look. So cart storage key, Papa Pizza cart. And then, oh, it's Kenji. Oh yeah. Hey, look at that, guys. She dropped in a little emoji of Kenji. That's so cool. It was so funny because I think she tried upgrading everyone to super chat ones, and some reason it didn't work. So she just donated silently in the background. And I didn't even get a notification, which is so sad, but I appreciate you. Right, so cart context over here. Use callback. These are all for cart items. Now we are using React Native asynchronous storage to go ahead and handle the cart. You could even use the stand. I mean, I would have preferred to use the stand, but again, not a deal breaker. Like you can really, again, like look, guys, you can change this up as you wish, but in terms of type safety, like it's not the nicest code in my opinion, what it's done here. A little bit like this, if it's not a type function. Okay, very interesting approach. But I mean, let's see. I actually want to give it a full one-shot attempt and see if it can actually do that. But I'm wondering why it felt the need to be delegating everything in parallel like this. But I'm curious though, because who knows? It could be using Opus to be generating the plan, but although I actually did install a skill, so I want to have a look at that cursor settings. Smash the M for 2 months, smash that button or 10 years of bad luck. Yeah, that's it. Tell them. Let me know who else is coding alongside as well. Oh no, like who's coding alongside when I do these? Or are you more watching, figuring out, learning maybe new things, and then kind of doing it afterwards. All right, so here I want to go down to one of these is parallel. So suggested, I believe it was parallel. So here, so I don't know if it was here or if it was the superpower one. I think it was superpower because we talked about it last time in the live stream. Superpowers. So dispatching parallel agents, you see this? You delegate tasks, specializations with isolated context, but by precisely crafting their instructions. So on independent, so use when 3 test cases with different causes. So I guess it's done this skill, right? And it's gone ahead and applied this likely to go ahead and do it. Now, am I a fan of Composer building out the entire app? No, I'm not. Hey, Tatiana is going ahead and gifting everyone. Look at this. It's begun. It's begun, guys. Cohen says, I'm coding, but for work. Meanwhile, following you, hoping to learn new things. Awesome stuff, dude. Big shout out to Tatiana for gifting everyone. It's Christmas over here. Let's dispatch multiple agents parallel for the remaining big tasks. So yeah, it's going. This is the first time I've had it go this nuts doing. Interesting. It's given specific small tasks. So for triggers, the icons removed. Okay. So I mean, I'd be really curious to see if it did this well because remember we were at 35% usage. So I'm always curious to show you guys how that pans out as well. So right now we're still at 35% usage. Okay. I mean, that's crazy good if it only took like a very, very tiny percent of Composer usage. But the real question is the quality of it. So let's see. So admin panel authentication setup. Let's have a look how it did the admin panel authentication. So let's dive into that. So proxy.ts. So over here, it's checking for sign in, sign up unauthorized for public routes. And then if you don't have a metadata row admin, sending you to unauthorized. Cool. Globals.d.ts. We're saying the custom JWT session, metadata row. Okay. And the rows are possible rows are admin. So this is basically extending. Look at that. And Miskali says, your mastering to shortcode between apps is amazing. Let's go, Pop Fam. Hey, I appreciate you so much, dude. Shortcode between apps. Thank you so much, dude. Rows, we have a helper function over here. Let's jump down, fixing the homepage. Revamping the broken server link. Yeah, this was a dummy route as well. Unauthorized page. This is what users will see if they're not an admin. They try to go to the admin route. Demo removal done. Okay, so that one's done for that. Now we're on 8. So let me dispatch multiple agents. It's going crazy dispatching multiple agents right now. That is nuts. Look at that. So if we look over here, let me create that. So you can just see the agents going nuts. So in this case, I want to see the pizza detail screen. So I want to dive in here and let's see. So they're using the color scheme, the check-in, use router. This is using the correct Expo router. The backend Convex generated API, likely a small TypeScript config bug, but we can figure that one out. Also, this is happening because these are not getting pulled in. So that's why we're getting implicit any's. Papa's Pizza. Hey, look at that. Search pizza, scroll view, pressables. Okay. That list happening pretty good. Router.push. Again, these are not getting pulled in likely because of that. But again, the good thing is that it's checking the routes. And oh no, it's because we hadn't built the screen. Okay. I mean, the thing I am impressed about is that it's managed to do, and the reason why I find this very impressive is because I actually taught my own agent team. So I basically have OpenClaw, I have a bunch of agents running with it, and with that setup, I have it to basically first check if a segment of work is able to be done in parallel, and that is determined by basically having linear tickets, and then if it is able to do it in parallel, then spawn sub-agents, typically in GPT-5.3 codecs, for the consistent work that I need being done. And then what they do is they will work in parallel. And then typically they're doing separate Git trees. They combine the Git trees at the end, and then they basically will submit a PR for me. And that basically has been very, very good. And I see that this is effectively what is happening here, right? So this is basically what is kind of happening under there, except it's not doing a Git work tree, it's doing it under local. So that's interesting. So module resolution with backend is probably causing user code to return any. That's correct, yes. It's cascading any types. Let's see. The color typing is in route path. So I'm wondering if it's going to go ahead and fix that, or it's going to just go ahead and as const. I wanted to actually fix that. That's the problem. So yeah, see, implicit any. So there are any issues, all cascading. Once the TypeScript server fully completes workspace indexes, then these resolve. Okay, so hopefully, yeah, it understood that that was a correct bug to be able to sideline for now. But if you do want to know about my AI agentic workflows and all that stuff, third link in the description, go ahead and sign up to it right now. That is actually the link to our community where I'll be basically teaching all of everything I do about my agentic workflows. It's kind of nuts, honestly, what we end up doing with that stuff. All screens are built. Let me update the to-dos and move on to the final admin pages. So at this point, yeah, this main issue is around the generated API cannot be found within projects or in these directories. Now, I'm curious about one thing. I previously had this in a monorepo style setup. So let me have a look at how I did it there. I had my packages backend, I had my generated files, then my native. Interesting. Yeah. So it was pulling always from the above packages, but the packages might be getting bundled into the app. I wonder. So if we go to packages.json inside of that build and we see packages backend. Ah, okay. Interesting. We actually have to wrap it into a package. So it has to be able to install that. I see. Okay. So likely that is a big issue for us. So if we look inside of our app right now, I can guarantee that is not the case. So if we go to our go to our package.json. Yeah. Okay. So ideally it needs to be something like that. Okay. So that's going to be a big task essentially. Well, not big task, but yeah, it's a task. So let's let it do what it needs to do for now. And then I'm going to start lining that one up. So we effectively need to have the backend packages be installable into the Expo app as well as the admin app. Help me implement this. So that's where basically a monorepo would be ideal. And that's typically why they call it packages as well. Instead of what we have here, which is just, if we were to minimize these, we've got apps, we've got the backend, we've got the Convex, but this is not like an installable package. I see. Okay. So that's the difference with that. Okay. So let me don't save that. So I'm going to add that to a plan. I'm going to say this will resolve all of the implicit any errors that are being experienced throughout the app and will allow Convex to be used by both the app and the admin panel. Adil Ayub, going to work. We'll see you later. Appreciate you did. Kay says, hey, I'm away from school since I'm ill and looking for something to watch. Amazing stuff, dude. Awesome stuff. Right, so this, yep, let's send that in. So now these are all doing this in parallel as well. So the admin orders page has been built out. Let's have a look at what it did. The only thing, again, I think you need to be a bit careful with AI is I find that it goes very aggressively on making everything a client-side rendered page, right? And you can go ahead and obviously give it rules and everything else, but just be wary of that. And again, even here, look, type order status. This is not what we want to do. Like this, for example, never in type manually here, right? Infer everything from Convex. See what it started to do? It started to basically create the type definition. This is wrong. This is not correct. But the thing is, if you didn't know what you're doing, this is completely like, okay, acceptable, right? But it's not. This is wrong. Basically what it's doing is it's retyping so now you have a drift in sync because now your backend, if it was to ever change, would be totally wrong because it would not be updated because you've manually typed things over here. And I guarantee it's done that throughout the app as well. So we need to figure out that one. So let it spawn up composer. It's very interesting why it's doing that so much. But let's see how it does it. So Peter at YouTube. I mean, composer 2 is damn fast. I'll give it that. So I'm not pasting log files here. Root package JSON does not exist. Package PNPM does not exist at root. So okay. So let's have a look. Monorepo tooling at root, other common orchestrators, learner roster, so package managers, info tool, absent, take away the roots. Repo is a loose multi-app layout without a root package, without PNPM, and without type of repo or similar dependencies managed per app by NPM by each package's package lock. Okay, so this is where typically I can see the issue is no monorepo to TypeScript can't properly infer. Let me set up NPM workspaces and make the backend a shared package. So you could do NPM workspaces, or we could actually just say, you know, I'm going to interrupt it and say, use Turbo to get this working ideally. And then we revert. So I don't want to do what it was doing. I want to use Turbo. If you don't know what Turbo is basically what, you know, even the example that I gave earlier. I mean, it's funny because I actually was not going to teach all of this today, but I guess we're here now. So Turbo monorepo. So basically, again, it's actually by Vercel. But if you click on get started, basically you see, look, when you have different apps, like apps web, packages shared, apps docs, for example, monorepo allows you to go ahead and basically build them nicely together. So that means like caching issues, that means building issues, that means all that kind of stuff. So effectively, yeah, we want to get this kind of implemented really sleek and nicely. So I'm wondering if Turbo Repo has skills, because that would be very, very handy. Skills, Turbo Repo, command reference skill. They do actually have a skill. Do not create root tasks, always create package tasks. This is very, very good. I'm wondering if we can install this skill. So Turbo Repo skills, let's have a look. So Turbo Repo skills marketplace, I don't know what that is. I don't know what this place is. No, we're not going to install that from some random place. Nope, don't do that. Skills. Let's check the documentation. So using AI with Turbo Repo, agent skills, or use, hey, we have it, Turbo Repo. Okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to go and add that into the main repo. Actually, what I like to do here is just pause the guy here, right? So say execute this command, add the skills, and use these to implement Turbo Repo correctly. Revert. Right, so again, I'm wasting a few tokens, but it's fine. And then you'll get work trees for parallel agents. This is what I was talking about previously, right? Task descriptions and so forth. Okay, so the main thing is really the agent skills, that best practice for Turbo Repo configuration, monorepo patterns and conventions, anti-patterns to avoid. And this is the main thing that you really want to be kind of, you know, avoid, like making sure that the user wants to implement Turbo Repo, not just plan it. No, I want to plan first. So, oh, I see. Okay, yeah, switch. Okay, fine. All right, so this is where we really kind of granularly fix things. This is actually turned into a very interesting build. Augustine, he goes, hello, Sonny, how are you doing today, brother? Doing amazing. Thank you very much, dude. How are you? Also, I just realized I can't see my, oh, there it is. Yeah, on live chat. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and export things out. So yeah, we have a dilemma now where, so this turned into actually a pretty big tutorial because we have 3 loosely set up apps, right? This isn't the ideal way to do it. We should be having a monorepo structure. So how do you take 3 apps, convert it to a monorepo? And the reason why I like these kind of approaches is because, look, the reality is when you're coding, it gets messy. And the thing is, tutorials don't show that part. They tend to show everything being perfectly smooth. And then when you get caught in a mess, you're wondering like, maybe you're not cut out for this. And then you start having the self-doubt and everything like that. So I don't want you guys to experience that. So I literally put myself in these experiences or live streams where I can show you in real time, okay, we're in this messed up, messy situation. How do we fix it, right? So this is exactly what we're doing right now, right? And we're going to get through it and I'm going to show you exactly how to solve it. So yeah, it's one of those very high stress situations, but I think it's super educational in the rawest form, right? So in this case, let the root package okay, there we go. I'm wondering, did it actually install the, so it hasn't installed that yet, okay. That's the continual learning hooks. I'm wondering if we can install it in the background or will it screw things up? Well, let's just be patient and give it a minute, right? And imagine if you were to do all of these exploration steps using your Opus, you will fly through Opus limits, right? And that's the problem that a lot of people don't realize is what's happening. They're like, everything is so expensive with AI. It's not that it's expensive, guys. It's that you're using it wrong, right? Like you're absolutely using it in the wrong way. And that's a huge problem. So this is why I like to show like sub agents, that kind of workflow, right? Good. Now I understand the current state. No mono repo. So no mono repo. Let me look at this latest turbo repo docs for Quicksap band. But it tends to ignore you as well sometimes, which is kind of frustrating because I did give a command that I said use that. Let's see. So I found the guide. But let's also see. This was implicit any. Set up proper mono repo. User options. Share mode. Okay. I mean, I did give use turbo, I guess. Okay. Anyway, it's starting to execute the sublook. So package JSON. So this is the top level now. So we can see, look, at the top level, we have a package JSON, we have a PMPM, we have a turbo JSON. Okay. And this is where the build kind of settings all get established, caching for dev, persistent, all that stuff. So let's see, PMPM workspace. Package JSON. Now I'll update the backend package name and add it as a dependency in both consumer apps. So yeah, here we have name backend. See that app packages backend. And then you see in each individual app. So what basically is happening is you see in each individual app. So let me try and show you guys. So it's confusing if you look at it this way, but in each individual app. So this one is getting installed as this one is getting installed as a dependency. And this one is getting installed as a dependency. You see that? Right? And then in tsconfig is where you basically have all the wiring to make sure everything is finding each other. Now update the Expo app to tsconfig to have a path alias for the backend. So basically this is how we can have a nice kind of, we don't have to write every single time, you know, /backend and then everything. We can just have app packages backend. Then clean the old node modules and install everything from the root with PMPM. To be honest, PMPM is a better shout. It's actually much nicer. Okay, so now it's installing everything. PMPM is going to be much more efficient, I guess. So in the package JSON, you can see that turbo dev, turbo app, turbo admin, and then you've got turbo dev for the backend. And this will spin up all the apps if you do turbo dev. It's really nice, the UI, when you spin it up like that. So right now, you see how we have these three different ones here? When you do a turbo setup, you can basically just kind of interactively flick through each one, which is actually much nicer. But this is a cool learning experience. So yeah, I mean, this video is going to be definitely leverage the timestamps because you're going to have to jump around the video a lot to actually see the build part of it. But this is a huge learning value side of things if you know what's happening right now. I can see packages back and linked, and let me also check the Expo app. Both apps have correct link. Now verify that the TypeScript can resolve the imports. So now let's have a look at things. So let's see, for example, in our orders page. So firstly, the actual, I think it needs to install correctly, to be fair. Let's run TypeScript. Zero TypeScript is in the admin app. I mean, what you might have to do sometimes is TypeScript, restart TypeScript server, and then see if you still get those. Yeah, there you go. So a lot of the time, if you do Command Shift P and type in TypeScript, restart TypeScript server, because what will happen right now is we just done a bunch of high level changes, right? So your TypeScript config, everything changed, especially our entire repo structure. So sometimes you just force the TypeScript server to restart. Otherwise it will show errors which are not real, right? Or that old, right? On TypeScript error, you see that? And now it's resolving our Convex backend. Hey, look at that. We click it, boom, it found the data model. That is perfect. So now we have it. This is awesome. Okay. Now what I can even do is let's try something. So I'm going to go here and do ... And I'm going to do a risky move. I'm going to cut every single server. Okay. I'm going to go to my top level and I'm going to do, let's see what our package JSON is. So package JSON at the top level is turbo dev. So we basically, we're using PMPM now. So we say PMPM dev. And now you see this, this is a turbo repo kicking in now. So you can see that packages are basically running. So this is the backend. Admin dev is running. And then we have Convex files out of date, run npx convex AI to update. Okay, let's do that actually, it's pretty good. And then the Expo app, interestingly, is not running. So that's an interesting one actually. So app turbo dev built pizza papa pizza. So likely it's still updating that. Remote caching disabled. And there's actually a selector way that you can do this. So I want to have a look. So installing turbo, use global turbo CLI. So once you have it run, how do you run add to an existing repo? So I mean, yeah, ideally we should have given this. Get ignore.turbo. That's actually a good point. So maybe what you also want to do sometimes is just copy, like look at the documentation yourself, and then go ahead and then even this, you see, that's kind of cool. So I would now go ahead and say this, check you did all of these. Also, when I run, was it pm dev, the Expo app doesn't start. So that's the interesting one as well. So you can see that the two apps, I can see admin dev and I can see backend dev. And also there is a way that we can run the editor integration is quite cool as well. So go to your editor. So I'm not using Visual Studio Code. So also check this. Okay, so here's what's missing and that was fixed. Okay, so it didn't have a dev command before on Expo. See. But there is a visual way to do it as well. So how to run turbo repo in interactive mode. So which mode? You must be turbo repo 2. Turbo UI. Turbo dev. I think you just write turbo dev in like a high level way. Yeah, I don't think you run it like pm. I think you just do turbo dev. So we need to install turbo. Turbo CLI. So install turbo CLI. And I remember this being a thing as well. So if you install turbo, global installation brings first speed to your local workflows. So let's add globally as well. So you can just jump into anything and basically, as long as it's got turbo set up correctly, you can now do turbo dev and basically kick into gear. So see that Papa Pizza dev. So you can see like what's going on there, but I do like it when it's got the, so I mean, firstly, that's a good sign, it's working. But it has got an interactive way. Global terminal CLI. Turbo dev, turbo repo, turbo dev, interactive mode. And if anyone knows the answer to this, let me know, because I know I'm not going crazy. I know there is definitely a way to switch between apps. There's a very nice way you can do it. Automatic launch terminal UI. Use arrow keys between. Yeah, see? Toggle switch between toggle task on off. So this right now is something that I want to do. So right now I don't see the console running in interactive mode. Let's have a look. Turbo 2, we're on. supports UI. Turbo Dev needs the UI flag. Ah, okay. So Turbo Dev UI. Okay, that's good. Yeah. So it's the Turbo UI flag. So trust me, guys, it's very, very cool, right? If you don't add it, you see how it can come up like this, yeah? But now when we do Turbo Dev, hey, that's the one. Look at that. See how much nicer that is? And then when you press I, you can interact. But this is cool because now I can see exactly where the issues are, or I can see separately. And see how nice that is? I like that. Now I have like an interactive terminal. It's solid, right? So I can debug a lot easier. I can see what's going on. See, Convex AI files are out of date. npx Convex AI files update. So I'm going to quickly change that as well. Let me just do that right now. Oops. Control C, Control Z to stop interacting. Oops. Okay. I need to kill that one. Let's do npx. So let's do cd apps. And then cd backend. And that's in here. So npx Convex AI files update. I'm sure it's here. I hope I installed that in the right spot. And then we do Turbo Dev. Convex Dev, yep, there we go. Hopefully. Yep. So Convex functions are good. Development build, iOS. Let's do I to interact and then I again. And I believe we probably will get an error or we have to do a rebuild. I don't think we will have to. Okay, so we'll see. Async storage is no. Nice. So this is good. Now the app's at least running. So firstly, let's just see. Let's do localhost 3000. Let's open up our agent panel. Sign into Papa Pizza. So firstly, that's good. We got a sign in flow. Let's go ahead and see if we sign in now, we should get an unauthorized screen. So access denied. Okay. So firstly, it's not loading the Tailwind CSS correctly. You need admin privileges to access this dashboard. So, I mean, you could fully show an unauthorized instead of maybe like showing some of this, but already it's not terrible. I mean, to be fair, the admin stuff. So I just want to change up. So the admin panel isn't loading Tailwind CSS correctly at the moment. The fonts aren't loading. And this is a typical thing that happens when you set up ShadCN onto a existing app that I've had the same problem happen before. Oh wait, isn't loading Tailwind CSS correctly at the moment. Yeah. And also I would really go through and you need to do a code review at this point, right? So stuff like this, you see this? Terrible, right? Never do this, right? So in this case, never retype types. Infer from convex always. And then we're going to say scan through the rest of the app. So in this case, look, scan through the rest of the app. Scan through the rest of the app to make sure that this is not repeated anywhere else. And keep an eye on your, so in this case, 288K. I mean, the fact that we built the entire app by 288K of context because it was spawning out sub-agents is actually incredible. That's actually incredible. That's very good. Move this, but pizza. So yeah, we need to fix that. Async storage. We'll go through the bugs and we'll fix everything and then we'll get it working. So let's see. Never retype types. Available in the room. Base room. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So you see now it's loading. Now, yeah, you see this? Status is doc order status. There we go. All right. Now that's correct. Let me use a scan the Expo app, other files. So now it's checking everywhere else. Check all apps, including admin so we don't manually type anything. Because that's going to break your type safety, by the way, if you do that, right? So also I see how, oh, these are just labels. These are presentational. Even here, you see how now, yeah, there we go. That's cool. So if I try to do pending one, there we go. It won't work. That's correct. All right. But what about the AI agent? AI agent right now, I'm paying $200 for Cursor Ultra. But you see, it's more about how you're using your tokens the correct way. Every single match is either Convex. Okay. I don't know if it actually checked anything, but say scan the apps. Wait, scan the apps to check. It did not scan the apps, right? I mean, right now it actually seems to be, from what I saw before. Okay. All 5 files that use not only manually typed, let me also check other manually typed Convex documents across the apps. Yeah, that's what it should have done. Okay, now let's debug some more. So let's do a refresh by hitting R, and you can see we got async or storage error. So going down to Control Z to stop interacting mode, go into Papa Pizza development. So here, this is where you can actually get the errors. So I to interact, and you can't copy and paste here. What you can do is you just you highlight the error and you press C. Okay, so C, and then you can basically copy that way. But it's a bit strange that no one actually tells you that, but it tells you at the bottom. It's kind of hard to tell. No issues found. Okay, so that's great. So now what you can do is you can start a new agent, to be fair, and start fixing these things, because you don't need the previous context to be able to do that. We can say, go ahead and pop this in. It says to go ahead and fix it. And also I'm going to spin up another agent. So Command E now, let's go into this view. Let's close all of our editor windows. And I want to spin up agents now. And I want to basically also fix up the, or ask it how, model router for better token efficiency. Switch to the premium model router. Premium, oh no, that's fine for now. How to, they're very heavily pushing on that now. So how to set clerk role for admin, run through the steps. So this is fairly easy. Basically, I believe it's the same way that I told you guys. So basically we go into our clerk dashboard and we go and add in the public metadata, I believe, but I just want to make sure it's also correct. So let that happen. So look, we have Expo, okay, not available in Expo Go, but we're not in Expo Go, are we? So Command J, let's check it out. So using development build. So we have to pre-build likely again, because we probably added the async storage and didn't actually install it. So yeah, every time you install a new native dependency, you need to reinstall your build, right? So basically like the whole development build. So yeah, look at that AJ thing. Good stuff, dude. Right on time with that. He goes, you need to start Expo with clear cache tag to get rid of the async storage issue. Thank you so much. So way that I like to do it is basically go ahead and do cd apps app. So we're inside the app. And then we basically do pre-build, clean, Expo, run iOS. So the pre-build clean basically is going to do a pre-build and basically get rid of the old iOS folder. So basically like it gets rid of the old cache effectively. This is doing a local build. Again, remember I showed you in the beginning how you can build with EAS, and then you can also tack on a local flag. By the way, if you do use EAS, I recommend you use something called Expo Orbit. It's pretty awesome for installing locally to your phone and stuff. And then let that do its thing for a moment. And then by the way, if you do want to test a development build on your phone, it's pretty easy. You just plug in the wire and then you follow a bunch of steps and you can basically, yeah, it's fairly easy to do that. So we've done the Expo pre-build clean, and then you want to run the iOS, right? So in this case, we've already done that command. I mean, I just want to run it together to show you guys in one go how that command can do a fresh install. And again, if you're tired of running that command every time, you could just make a quick script for it. Like, you know, you can go ahead and say like a dev app clean, and then maybe have it run that instead of turbo dev. You can do loads of like clean tags instead of doing this, right? I've got in my packages, every time I find these annoying instances, I will go ahead and do it myself. But now, after this is done, you'll see it should kick in. And this actually runs it, by the way, afterwards as well. So you'll plan the build, you'll go ahead and run it. And you can see here that it starts doing Clerk Expo, installing a bunch of stuff. Part of these installs will be for the native module async storage. And the reason why it's no is because it didn't install that. Right, so in this case, like if you're using CocoaPods on iOS, run pod install. So this is effectively where pod install is going to happen in terms of Expo development builds. So yeah, Expo has a bit more. I mean, doing any kind of native development has a bit more understanding to it, but yeah, Expo is really, really good at helping us out with that. Look, there you go. There it is. You see that? Boom. There. Now, oh yeah. Boom. Command E. Let's see. So find your user, set public metadata, click on the public metadata, add the following JSON. So add the following JSON. So for this user, we're going to add in, boom, row admin. So I'm going to make Sunny an admin. And again, you can programmatically, change that stuff up. Oh, I mean, well, firstly, that loaded, which is a start. Is it ideal yet? No, we're not there yet because I haven't seeded the data. But that's one thing. The second thing is localhost 3000. Oh, we haven't started any of our apps. So firstly, the app ran, which is a good sign. So now what I want you to do is kill the app. So Command C, stop the server, go to the top level, do turbo dev to spin up all three apps. Command J, Command E, sorry, Command B, Command I. And then hit I for running it on iOS. As you can see, this is going to go ahead and log that on. And then to Control Z, go back to admin. And then over here, you can see it's running. Go ahead and load up localhost. Access that. So now we need to sign out and sign back in because we've upgraded or changed that user's JWT now. So it should pull in that public metadata row. But we need to check if it's implemented correctly. So yeah, here you go. So this is the thing. So now the chances are it actually has been added. So we did actually add it. So if we go to dashboard, so this user does have public metadata row admin, but chances are we're not accessing it correctly. So apps admin proxy most likely. And you can see here, redirect to sign in. Here we are. So session claims. So what I would like to do here is go ahead and do, so what you can do is you can do ... rest, and you can just console log the rest. And what I'd like to say is rest, and also session claims, right? And redirect to sign. So let's go ahead and show these inside the admin. So Command J, and if I refresh that, so let's refresh it. So we can see that here we have it. So you can see I've got my Convex AUD, I've got my FFA, see session token, actor undefined, session active, organization ID is authenticated true. Public metadata. Where is my public metadata? Metadata, session claims, mission metadata. So let's have a look. So clerk, access, public metadata. So it's available on the backend. Public, read access on the front end. Yeah. So good point, AJ. He goes, try clear your cookies. I believe that's actually a good point. It's available on the back end, user object to access public metadata on the back end. So to access public metadata on the front end is available on the user object. We can use the hook. So, so public data, private. So that's on the back end, it's available on the back end user object. Get user. So get user. So const user equals, get user. That's the JavaScript SDK. We need the Next.js SDK. So metadata. So attach it to the metadata in the session token. So if you don't sessions, customize session. Here we have it, guys. This is it. User public there. So yeah, so really we should have done this. So so what we're trying to do is and this the good thing with Clerk is you can really customize everything. So if we go to configure and we go to sessions, I think it's in our JWT or sessions here, claims. So we've got a session token and we can see the AUD came through. Preview user, select preview user, select the user, Sunny, add claims to template the preview. So if we were to go ahead and add in, for example, the user public metadata, yeah? So, okay, so so we can say, we can just call this one public, yeah, metadata. And then we can pop in this. And then you can see, look, there you go. Public metadata row admin. Then we hit and save. And that's how we can preview it now. So if we were to open the preview now, Sunny, public metadata row admin. Although I hope it doesn't break my previous claim. No, I don't think it will. No. Okay. So this should change that now. So if we go into here, sign out, and let's do it again. So continue with Google. And yeah, if not, we might have to clear our cookies because our JWT might be still owed. Yeah, I think it is. So JWTs basically last until they expire. So typically we have to clear our site cookies, refresh, and interestingly enough, they didn't get rid of it. Local storage, cookies, delete all. Okay, refresh. Clear the cookies, clear the site data. Kill the entire app. Go to this and let's have a look. So sign in, log in. We should get the continue now. Okay. So what are we getting inside of this user now? We've got session claims, public metadata. Yeah, there it is. So it's actually here. So session claims, metadata. Okay, so we just named it different. So I guess we can just, to avoid screwing everything else up, let's go over to our, this one, and we just change it to metadata. There we go. And then, because we changed all our type definitions to be like looking like that. So going back over here now, sign out. The sign out should actually direct us back over there, but it doesn't. So let's do this. Hey, look at that. Wait, so did I sign out though? Let me actually clear the site data. So here we go. Okay. So now if we sign in with the correct user, so in this case, sunny.sango@gmail.com, sign in. Okay, that's good. That's better. And now you see if I move this button over there, I can sign out. Now let's try and sign in with a non-admin user. So Papareto.team. And then we should have admin access. No, we shouldn't have admin. It should be unauthorized now. So boom, access on, yep, there you go. All right, so there you go. So we've basically gated, right? So I'm not gonna do it too fancy, but in short, this is working great. Okay, so in this case now, continuing forward, there we have it, dashboard. We've got orders, menu. All right, now let's do the cool part. So let's execute a seed, right? So let's put that to rest. This one, let's say even this MVP, we do it on this one. So I need to go ahead and seed in all of the example data so I can test the app out. Okay. And this is where we'd effectively, so if we sign in, okay. Nice. And so we're unauthenticated. Okay, so orders screen, unauthenticated. So I believe my Convex is not correctly set up with this. And this is the issue that I think I had previously with my setup, because firstly as well, we should not have to be authenticated to view the order. Okay, to list orders, yeah. Right, for now I want to do one thing because I have a bug which I don't know if I can debug it live completely, but Convex orders. So here we have, firstly, again, this should not be manually typed. Do not manually type these, always infer from Convex. Okay, so that's one thing. And also two, what we're typically doing here is the get user identity. Now, this is typically when you've connected them both together, should work perfectly. Now, my only thing that I can imagine, why this might not be working, is we have this, right? But we didn't, I noticed that Clerk also have the JWT template side of things here, which also has this, right? So you see like email verified pictures and this kind of stuff. So I'm going to add these in as well. And I don't think it will make a difference, to be honest, but if we go into our sessions now, yeah, I don't think it does because the session token is managed by the new integration setting. And also look at that. That's a very good way of testing it. Yeah. Awesome. Activity timeout, so not defined. Yeah, so you really want to make sure that you're always getting your typings from the back. So the main thing now is getting that other issue resolved. So unauthenticated Convex orders. So, I mean, firstly, I want to give this to authenticated Convex orders. Where's it gone? So we are still, this is admin, sorry. Control Z, go to, let's look here. So refresh. Yeah, so I believe I have a local issue, to be honest, because this happened earlier with me, with my authentication flow. My Convex and my Clerk aren't syncing correctly, I don't believe. But I know this doesn't happen, okay, with us. But anyway, it's already good. This is already good test right now. So first things first is, this is nice. So we can see our pizzas. This is not ideal. These are small. Okay, that's a bug. We can fix that. But say, for example, we wanted the pepperoni classic. We should be able to click into it, have a look into it. But say we wanted to add that to our order. Firstly, none of this is clicking through. The orders are not loading. Your cart has got a bunch of stuff inside of it. We can remove place order. I just want to see. So if we were to place an order, firstly, that should be over there. View details. So we haven't got order detail screen, but I want to see if the actual admin, so dashboard, recent orders. So now if you were to click into it, we can see we've got the order, confirm. So you can see an order here, you can confirm it. You can start cooking, you can send out. So obviously the UI is not great right now. But you can see, look, cooking. And then if you were to go ahead and say, move this over here, send out. So they're on the way. And then when they deliver, delivered. So the first thing is the wiring is very nice. Okay, it's just the screens are not nice at all. Okay, so let's just type in melting cheese. Okay, so a couple of things then, and this is where we get like into the nitty gritty of things, and also the payment flow. So imagine you added a bunch of things to your cart. So I added like these to it, for example. We should be able to select ingredients. There should be like an option there. And also when we place an order, these icons are missing. That's one thing. When we place an order, that's typically where you'd start a payment intent, right? And you'd have a payment intent flow. Okay. So a few things now, and I want to try and get this done in the next hour now. So start a new agent, Command D, and close these out. And then let's go ahead and do the following. So when I click on a category inside of the Expo app, the whole UI gets pretty big. It's a bug, it needs fixing. We'll just say bugs. Yeah, it needs fixing. When I click on a pizza inside of the home screen, we should go to a customization screen. So we should be able to go ahead and add different ingredients to the order before we add it to the cart. So that's another thing. And then you can see the pizza search is actually working. The orders themselves. On the order screen, when I click view details, I should be able to see a full screen pop-up of the order, including a nice visual of what the current status of the order is. The profile doesn't need a tab. Instead, in the home screen on the top right, let's have the user button. It makes more sense to have it that way. Also, home, orders, and cart tabs require icons. Yeah, so really we don't need this tab. We can kind of have it in the typical flow is in the home screen at the top right, you have a user button, and then it will be effectively home, or I think it'll be home, orders, cart. I think cart is in the middle maybe, or like, I don't know. Yeah. Someone goes, I unknowingly start coding like what you're doing. Yeah, literally just start talking to it. It's much better. You can scroll is working. Okay, that's great. Okay, yeah, let's fix these bugs first. And also on the admin side. So here I'll say admin side bugs, right? Then we'll say over here, let's go ahead and grab this. So I'll say, oh, okay, firstly, that's not very good. So it's not mobile responsive. Oops. The UI needs to be way more usable for a backend kitchen. So let's have each status be clearly visible. So we should be able to see all the statuses, and then the active status should be highlighted for each order. There should be much larger clickable buttons, and it should be very clear what orders are coming in and what orders are coming out. Right now, it's just a table. It looks terrible. Yeah. And then the menu, you can see like menu invalid source prop. We need to add that as well. So I can just highlight that around. So that's just updating the thing. And I literally do it like this, guys. I genuinely just run through my app like this. Ingredients as well is fine. Ingredients is okay. Categories as well is okay. So we have a few extra categories that I'm seeing here. So here, oh no, that's cool. Yeah. Okay. So sort order is 1, 2, 3, 4. Instead of showing sort order from 0 to 3, it should just be a drag and drop list where you should be able to just change which one is at the top of the list. This is not user friendly. And then here the edit flows are good. Add categories is good. Cool. Okay. So now, for example, that we can go ahead and just implement a fix. There's two things you could do here. You can either plan mode it, or you could just go ahead and execute it. I'm just going to go ahead and execute it. I'm being a bit like aggressive now with the forward play. So Adam says, hello from Turkey. What's up, dude? Your contents are really good and useful. I'm trying to be a full stack developer, following with pleasure. Awesome stuff, dude. I'm really happy to hear that. And thank you for your kind words. So the pizza app, exploring the pizza app monorepo. Okay, so we can go ahead and let that one do its thing now. All right, so that's going to go ahead and try and fix a bunch of stuff. we've got the token side working. I am logged in on the correct account. This account was not correctly logged in. So I believe, yeah, that one's not right. That one's not right. If I'm logged in and I'm on an unauthorized screen, it should redirect me ideally. That's another bug. If I'm on the unauthorized screen on the admin panel, but yet I'm logged in and I have the correct metadata, I should be redirected to see the correct screen. I should never be stuck on the unauthorized screen unless I genuinely do not have access to the platform. Also, I shouldn't see the sidebar. I should just see a full screen unauthorized view. Right now, here's where it gets interesting. Because we're building, like we're doing multiple changes, typically you'd push it to GitHub and then you'd do either a cloud or you'd do Git work trees. So I'm just saying that that's another thing, because right now I'm changing a bunch of stuff, but know that they could clash. So a few things to factor in, but already it's kind of cool. So like we can see orders coming in. The dashboard should, I mean, like, you know, like this could be way more user friendly. Like this is not helpful to like a backend. It should be like iPad tappable, right? So obviously you can just keep giving feedback here. The UI here is not, it's not the nicest UI. So in this case, what I'm going to do is Expo have an awesome skill, and I think we've already installed it. So Expo skills. So you see here, button X skills, add Expo skills. So put this over to the side, do the following, say Expo skills, and also save this, push this in here, say add these skills for Expo app, and then I'm gonna say building native UI. So we can say improving native. So building native UI is a cool one. Expo deployment, upgrading Expo. These are all really handy to go ahead and do stuff for us, by the way. You can also set up Tailwind, which is awesome. Native data fetching, building native UI. Tailwind setup would be cool, but maybe I want to focus on more important stuff now. Building native UI. So use the building native UI skill to go ahead and make things way nicer visually. Right, and let's go into plan mode for that one because it's going to clash with something else. So now this one is going to start fixing a couple of bugs. This Expo app is going to go ahead and this was the main bugs. This was the unauthorized screen bugs. This was the async storage bug, which we fixed. And that's doing a bunch of changes now, yeah. Whoa, where did you find these skills? I need to add them as well. Yeah, I told you, these skills are awesome, dude. So these skills are, for example, an Expo skill. I'll drop it in the chat right now. But you can see right there, actually awesome. So as it should be a live stream. Yeah, it's really, really handy, right? So very, very cool skills. So you see like here, like building native UI. Helps a ton. Basically, it tells AI how to build native UI. Now, of course, I'm being very, very biased towards iOS right now, I'll be honest. So chances are if you tried rendering this in Android, there'll be some bugs and stuff like that. So you have to also factor in Android, and you also have to factor in, you know, when things can't support, you know, liquid UI, like what's the fallback. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and show a few things. Yeah, someone goes, the bro is using Opus 4.6 for the most responsive model. We're live, guys. I'm not going to risk it by using, you know, a worse model. Expo. So I want to do another thing, which was, there is a nice library that I actually like. This one, skills.sh, and it was Max UI. It's a native. It was, it's one of these top ones. UI UX Max Pro. So Shatian, it wasn't this one pre-built. So searchable databases, 50 designs. This was not, this is good for, oh no, but then, okay. Yeah, we're not going to do that. It's got bad skills, so ignore I said that. Okay. They have a lot of, you know, kind of prompt injection attack possibilities when you install skills. So be very, very careful what you're doing. Proxy add an early check. If I want to get redirected to immediately, handles each case refresh, picked up, updated session claims. Nice. Okay. So let's go ahead and see this. So if I go to /unauthorized, of course they did it the American way. There you go. Yeah, we get it redirected. Nice. Okay. So that's the first thing. So it fixed that bug for us. So we can resume, we can call that one a day. Expo visual upgrade. So React Native, and it's also going to add Expo haptics. That's cool. React Native reanimated. Okay, we could reintroduce it. It's fine. Just know that it could have that issues with the other stuff. Each group sets up a stack from Expo with transparent headers. Remove all manual safe areas. Choose like a okay. Stack header handles safe area and titles. You could use stack headers. Yeah. I don't know if I want to use that, but let's let these bugs get fixed first before we do any major overhaul on the UI side of things. Another thing that I want to focus on is actually Expo SDK 55 live activities. So I thought this was very, very cool, and I think it'll be awesome for what we're doing right now. So if we see these Expo widgets, right? So these are awesome because imagine your pizza is being prepped. So I would love to give this a try. And let me see where the main documentation is. So automate the Expo writing native comments, Expo widgets, using Expo UI compose continuous itself for you. Where's the actual documentation? So live activities. So live activities, Expo widgets, learn more about Expo widgets. Yes, here we are. It's in alpha, so bear that in mind, okay? npx install Expo widgets, configuration in app config. So we have to do a couple changes here, how it would display. And then the main thing is it actually renders out as push notifications. It actually renders out as literally a component. Let's start by creating a widget using create widget function and pass the widget to widget directive. The component receives it. This would be awesome. Let's do this because I actually really want to mess around with this. So a widget as well as maybe a live activity. Okay. So I have never done this before. So I want to see if we can do this really nicely. So I want to add in live activities and also a widget for this application while a pizza is being, processed through the different statuses until delivered, right? Because it'll be really handy when I order a pizza to be able to see when my order is basically being accepted, cooked, on the way, delivered. Okay, I'm going to switch to plan mode as well. Weiro chat says, thank you for the live streams. I really enjoy them. And someone says, nice Japan wallpaper. Hey, glad you like it, dude. And of course, you're absolutely welcome. I'm really glad you enjoy these. Cohen says, what triggers me so hard lately is that Android feels so behind iOS, has so many cool features in UI UX. Then it makes life a lot harder to match your Android version on top of the app as cool as the iOS. I honestly feel you. With that one. And it's very true. Like, we're blessed that Expo actually handles a lot of the heavy lifting, but you do have to account for if something is, on Android. And that is frustrating. I understand that. Yeah. So in this case, let the categories, page drag and drop. So it's implementing drag and drop now for this. But yeah, it's definitely a thing I've noticed too. Let's go back over here. You can't have two parallel pages on the same path. I believe it's going to fix that before we do anything. But also, see, these are in two planned states. We're not going to execute those yet because we've got quite a bit. We can actually get rid of the old MVP one. And let's see, did it get rid of that? And also, whoa, why is happening here? Why is my CPU flying right now? So cut that because something was going nuts. So fix this. Yeah, that was interesting. Something was driving my CPU to crazy levels. Let's have a look. So let me do a quick admin check since using this. The config should resolve the runtime issue. Okay. I swear to God, on these kind of live streams, I could feel like I could sit here for like 5 hours. It's crazy. Profile tab removed. All I ask is that you destroy that like button. That is it. Destroy the like button. I'll sit here for as long as it takes. Over orders page overhaul. Okay, mobile responsiveness, category drag and drop. So it failed to fetch some of these pictures. Yeah. Also, that's another bug. You can fix it afterwards. So fix these and seed functions. And then these are duplicate routes. There's dashboard route with its own page and categories page, and then separate app. So it's basically duplicated pages that we're trying to render in parallel, and that was causing a big issue. Now, this one over here, live activities. This one's actually really interesting. Let's see what's going on here. So it's explored everything. Now I have everything I need. Check this Expo, the Use Expo SDK, which supports Expo widgets. Cool. Now, push token for remote updates. See, like this is live activities, of course, is iOS, right? Represents widgets in this instance. Probably have to get permission for this as well. So it typically pops up saying, would you like to, go ahead and use that and so forth. Also, I'm wondering, can I, oh yeah, this is cool. Copy markdown. So I always check as well if it actually went and read. Reading the documentation, upload documentation, just want the code base. So what I do is I honestly just shove the whole thing in, and I basically just say, double check your plan against documentation. Yeah, and then while that's happening, I read through while it's thinking about it, I read through the plan again. Command J, architecture overview, Convex backend, order, update status, mutation, Expo app, order ID, use live activity hook, widget, snapshot about data, iOS surface, dynamic island, locked screen banner, home screen widget, nice. And then we have install dependencies, Expo widgets, yes. Configure Expo plug, yep, this is it. Pizza, track your pizza order at a glance. Pizza tracker, live pizza order tracking. Does not need support family since you use the live activity layout system, okay. Create the live activity component, okay. So it defines live activity for dynamic islands. Maps order status, okay, and then create the home screen widget component, and then create the use pizza live activity hook. So here we're basically just going ahead and getting if platform is iOS. So we basically check, of course, activity reference. And where's this pulling from? Live activity. Update snapshot. Interesting. Okay, so we have used live pizza activity data. So this basically, okay, so you basically, I mean, this is real time, and then it tacks into use pizza live activity. So every time the order changes, it pushes that into the hook, and that is what is feeding the live activity. Nice. Okay. So fix applied instance recovery added amount time use vector cause pizza. Okay. So yeah, see how it fixed one thing there? That's kind of handy. So good catch. I found one meaningful gap. There you go. See? Okay. So now that that's done, what I do is I click on the new plan just in case it hasn't opened up the new plan, and then we go ahead and build. So let that start building. We can do a visual overhaul afterwards. You can rerun the seed function. I'm gonna say you clear the old seed data and rerun for me. Let it do it, right? Now this would be super cool because we're gonna get live activities working. Now, of course, when it comes to payments, if you did want to do payments, you could do Expo Stripe. So this is how we can effectively get a Stripe payment flow inside the app. So you get a native Stripe payment flow. Apple Pay is not supporting Expo Go. Without development build, that's fine. Locally running. Yeah, so these are the commands that we're doing, npx expo run. But of course, like I said, you can do it also with EAS build, right? I have a pretty powerful computer. I have the M5 Max, so you can basically, it makes sense to do it locally for me. But if it takes ages for you, then push to EAS build, right? So a payment flow would be super interesting here. So migrating from Expo's Stripe payment module and to existing sports and I mean, obviously you'd want to pay for the pizza, right? So if you're using AS build, you can do most of your Stripe setup, config plugin setup, use the config plugin, merchant, connect to Snap on your device under the hood, Stripes, React Native, React, yeah, so Stripes. So SDK reference, oh wow, okay, no. Browser pops not redirect them back to any app. We can also give our code base this, Stripe React Native. These are really nice payment flows, by the way. Once it's done, really, really nice. Payment sheet, it looks like super native. This guy talks about it quite a lot from Expo. Let me see if I can show the video. So the one that I'm looking for is, so I'm trying to find the point in the video where, yeah, so you see here, you can actually have it like, imagine when it comes to payment time for the pizza, look at this. It's kind of cool. Like, so imagining, like it comes in, appreciate it, very helpful video. So like this is a donation app, for example, and you can see, look, open payment sheet, and look at that, boom. It'll pop up like that, and I guarantee everyone's played with that at some point. Like you might have actually used that without realizing somewhere. So okay, we did that. That's nice. Pizza live activities. Hey, let's go ahead and try. I want to try that out before we do anything else. I mean, that looks crazy. What the hell? So what I like to do is screenshot sometimes. Just go ahead and pop in a new, say, fix the categories UI. Way too long. And also you can give, like, again, I'm not going to focus too hard on the actual like UI, because really you can spend, like, you can do so many things with the UI if you really want to, and kind of get to where you want. Oh, by the way, look at that. Hey, look, that's kind of clean. All right, so orders, cart, my home. And did we do the right now? Okay, so it's not, we should have a thumb here which shows how many items are in the cart. And also I can't click on, that could be because of this though, so. Oh, we're not running the app. Oh, yeah, of course. Turbo dev, yeah, there we go. Run the app. I wasn't running it, I was crazy, yeah. So we're running it now, we hit R, or no, sorry. Let that spin up. Remember, your backend will still work because it's running actually on cloud. No, it's only if you make changes. So I opening on iOS, hit a refresh. Okay. So you see how it said could not find native widget for the live tracking. So that was because we added in Expo widgets. So how did you screenshot and paste it right away? Oh, it's Command Shift 4 is what I have mine assigned to. But basically, if you just go to your keyboard shortcuts, you can inside of macOS, there's one for screenshotting an entire screen, and it saves it to your desktop, and there's one that screenshots and saves to your clipboard. I just made one Command Shift 4. I also have it on my mouse, so I can quickly do it, because so many times I need to share something with the team and kind of throw it away and, you know, that kind of thing. So pre-build succeeded. The widget, okay, so I actually did a pre-build for me. The widget extension was created successfully. Also was created with group identifier, bundle identifier, and let me build and run on iOS. So I didn't ask it to build, but okay, it's gonna run. Let's just see if it, so it's built, I mean, it's rebuilding, which is kind of handy, to be fair. So I don't want this. I want this to be small. Yeah. And again, we can fix a lot of these smaller issues. But let's just see in the meantime our order screen. So, okay, so orders. Oh yeah, we cleared all the previous data. Also, we get the music back. And okay, signing it. Script doesn't bring dependencies to fix code to populate build phrases, explanation. strip local network keys for release. Okay, so there's a few things that we would want to probably address. So here, it's running it. Okay, so I'm kind of in a messy situation here. I want to stop it from running that. So let me close this for a sec, 1 second. So R. No, so this is not the right one. So now we do turbo dev, do I, and do home. So sometimes, yeah, you kind of have to force it into a state. So there we go. Yeah. And now if I do R, we should have no apps connected, sending reload to React Native. Expo Go quit. Why am I on Expo Go? Let me do, so if you do question mark, development build. No, I'm not on development build. Okay, so when this happens sometimes, it's because it ran it annoyingly itself. Like I run the, oh no, I'm running it from, oh no. Did it do it from, no it didn't, okay. So Command J, Command I. Let me just clean things up. It's a bit kind of hectic right now. Command J. All right. So I want to go ahead and do CD apps app. Every time I say that, it annoyingly goes and executes Apple's magic word. Okay. Now we're going to do npx expo pre-build and npx run. So this is not running right now. What we can do is we can kill the apps. So just kill them, right? And then let that app do its build. And this will install, by the way, now the live widgets. There we go, that's fine. New, that's interesting. So no group identifier, no bundle identifier provided. So let's have a look at that. So if we do Command I, or actually no, Command E, while that's building, let's see, pixel activities. Okay, let's let it do the install. We're missing the explicit group identifier, so it falls back to origin. Let me add them explicitly to silence the warnings. Okay, no, stop rebuilding. So we have to cancel our build and rebuild. So app.json, it added the identifiers now. So build and group identifier. So when you're building with Expo, anything native, I'd say, always keep an eye on the terminal. So I typically have it running on a separate screen always, the terminal, so I can always see what's happening. Damon Hartnick says, and what AI package do you have? I currently have VS Code and using GitHub Copilot Pro with the models. Would you say this is good? I would recommend that you do, for me, look, do I use Claude Code? Yeah, I do. Do I use Cursor? Yeah, I do. I use them all for different things. That's the thing. So if I'm away from my desk, now I also have OpenClaw and I use that to do direct things. The way I have things set up, truth be told, when I'm working on actual like my own projects and stuff like that, I have a Mac Mini where I have everything kind of set up on it. So I have my project set up and I can SSH in from my laptop and do all that stuff. Now my Claude Code lives on my Mac Mini, and then basically I can dispatch to it and I can use the remote features always because it's always on. Now I also have my OpenClaw living on a Mac Mini, and I also have some other one living on a VPS for other stuff. And those have access to the same local repos that the Claude Code is going to be able to affect and change. So you see how like the whole thing can work. So I can either talk to my OpenClaw, which is great at doing some stuff, my Claude Code, which is great at doing some stuff. And when I personally want to code, then I'm using Cursor. So yeah, when I'm trying to get my hands into things, Cursor. Because I can kind of see like exactly what's going on. I can inspect things, I can debug, I can do a lot more. Claude Code, I don't have that visibility, but when I'm away from desk, it's awesome. Yeah. So, okay, so we're inside here. It loads. Okay, now if I goes to add a pizza, okay, so firstly, that's annoying. We don't have the pizza detail screen. So feedback time. So when I click on a pizza inside of the home screen, it should show me an order pizza screen where I can select different ingredients for the pizza and go ahead and add to the cart. I should also be able to see a badge on the cart for the number of items in the cart, as well as the orders in case there's an active order. So let's fix that. But otherwise, let's go ahead and place an order. So right now, 2 melting cheese pizzas, right? Let's place that order. So it's pending right now, okay? So if I go out of this, how can we trigger it is my question. So caching for linear focus, no. Okay, so we don't see it rendering yet. View details. Okay, I mean, that's actually already kind of better. So we can actually see already a little bit what's going on. But when we exit, it should be able to go ahead and say, but I wonder if it's because we didn't open it from scratch. So let's go ahead and do that. Downloading fresh. Continue. Tools, let's see. So because it's an alpha feature, typically it could be like an experimental toggle that I'm assuming we might have to change. Also, we can actually just go ahead and do Command J. We can stop running this. We can do now do and then we can do your turbo dev. I use so many different package managers, different projects. All right, so that's gonna now build that, which means our admin panel should run. All right, so. Okay, yeah. I mean, so like order comes in, confirm the order, boom. All right, so we can be like, start cooking that order, boom, it's cooking, send it out. If we look in the order screen, dashboard, order screen, on the way, mark delivered. So I guess like if we were to see another order come through, place that order, let's go ahead and see what happens. So is that running? Oh, this is not. I have to restart that one. Okay, I mean, it still issued it. And then this is a local bug to me. You guys won't experience that. This is something which I know when this happened roughly as well, and I can't figure out what I did wrong, but I screwed something up on my side. So, okay, so we can see new orders come through. You did not execute the previous plan. Yeah, there's one previous plan which we didn't execute, the theme update. But I don't think the theme update was for, oh no, it was, you're right. You're right, it was here, yeah? Order detail. No, was it? Pizza detail, yeah. But still, let's let this one do this bit. But yeah, the chat is locked in. That is so sick that you guys did that. But even stuff like this, right? I wouldn't have the view details. I just click it, like clickable tabs. And again, the shadow effect right here, not very nice. But the fact that we have this nice little slide up is very good. So this already is quite nice. Again, it's a bit of wasted space here. But the good news is, if we go over here, you can already see that, like, look, by default, it's row time. So if I was to be like on the back end, hey, we're going to confirm your order, confirmed, right? The question is now, is when I exit this, I should be seeing a live widget, no? So, what's this microphone? So if I was to go into this, so, okay, so I want to test that because I want to figure out, and even this, like if I confirm the order. So confirm, start cooking. 1 minute. This is very, this is my own bug. Okay, anyway, we're doing changes here anyway, so let's see what's going on. So update native tabs to show tabs. Then let me update web tabs to show. We don't care about the web tabs for now. Okay. So this, again, like I said, won't happen. And again, if you do want to customize it all, you can still use the JavaScript SDK. So it's a good starting point to go ahead and do it now. Apps, tabs, webs, we don't need that. So this should have been removed ideally. So we shouldn't really show the badge if it's 0. Active status is. So yeah, the point is you can really kind of keep on going through and through and through. My main thing that I kind of like want to get to is really I want to showcase. I mean, firstly, that's kind of cool. But it's this is not nice. Like this is not good. Does it be in real-time thanks to Convex queries? Okay, that's fine now. I'm gonna do, where's that other plan? We want to do visual upgrade plan. So category UI, no. I mean, this was it. So archived. You know what, screw it. I'm just gonna build it. There you go. Okay. I can't find everything, so for now, let's just see what happens. Let it build. All right. So let that install. But you get the point, right? It's quite cool. Damon says, so far it's been working, but just looking at different methods, it didn't consume too much credits. Yeah, the main thing you want to look for when using any AI coding platform, okay, is really around, even this is not nice. This could be way nicer. Like, you know, it could be separated and kind of everything. You can really kind of make this clean and clear, and also use icons and so forth. So in the admin panel, separate each of the orders so that we can clearly see a timeline between different states, and also I can see exactly what's cooking, what's on the way to be delivered. I can see what's confirmed. I should be able to see that in a clear glance, separated, with the most important things needing my attention at the top. So like pending orders, for example. Yeah, make it a lot more user-friendly and stop with the random colors. I want to use icons that make sense for the kitchen to be able to use. Copy this, paste it over there, boom. Yeah. And again, like, look, I'm burning through tokens heavier now because I'm being a bit kind of gung-ho. The way you should be doing this correctly is going ahead and making sure you use, you know, plan mode and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just worth mentioning that. Now, widgets right here. Okay, so we've already configured this. So now I want to go ahead and make sure that, because if I can get widgets working, I'm not too worried about the payment flow. Like in the end of the day, the payment flow is, there's got lots of repos. Honestly, if you've gotten this far, you can get the payment set up pretty quick, but we'd have to set up Stripe and a bunch of other stuff. Right now, I would be more inclined to be like, to show you, and the cart screen, this is breaking because we're doing a bunch of changes here. Yeah, so let's cut the app. But I'd be more inclined to show you, like just so you know, when you place the order here, you can make it fixed at the bottom as well. When you place the order here, or typically they have the place order at the top as well, you can have it so at this point the payment intent pops up, you know, connects to your API or your backend. You can use Expo API for them routes as well. All that stuff can be happening at this point, and then if it goes through, at that point it clears the cart, it submits the order, and that's when it goes through to the back. And then you see the back table or the back office, they typically will have that view that I've shown you previously. So the admin, we've cut it off now, but the admin panel. So structure is correct. Now I need to update the route references. And of course, in this instance, guys, what have I not done, right? So obviously I haven't actually done an onboarding flow which says where should the food get delivered to. So right now an order just goes out and there's no delivery address. So things like that, obviously we're in a live stream, we're in a demo right now, but you can easily get that implemented by saying, I need an onboarding flow where typically we can select an address, And then we can also go ahead and, change our address when we're inside the cart screen. So I can be able to select from previously saved addresses, as well as go ahead and select from my addresses. I should only be able to see my own addresses for a logged in user. So you see what I mean? So like these kind of flows, you would need to go ahead and build. So of course, on top of this, you could have your address delivered to, and then you can add in logic, for example, which could be along the lines of basically like geolocation. So for example, Papa's Pizza only delivers to people in Dubai, right? So that way, if you're in Dubai with a 30-mile radius, you can actually use something like the Haversine formula. So AI is very good at that. And basically it'll determine if you're close enough within that 30-mile radius from your current location. But those things are all easy to do with Expo, by the way, with AI and Expo. Like you can literally just put this in and I can say help design how this would look. And basically already this will kind of give you a really good starting point. But I just want to show you, because the last build we actually did geolocation. I think we didn't do Expo in last build. But yeah, it's not hard to do that, is the point I'm trying to make, right? So Command E, let's do the admin panel. So we've got a few things happening. We've got the UI changes being made over here. So he's just doing a bunch of UI stuff. Admin panel is being changed as well. Redesign kitchen dashboard groups orders by sales with clear visual hierarchy, meaningful icons. And again, like when it comes to these styles, like there's certain skills that you can use out there. There's JSON prompts that you can give, which are a lot more explanatory. I'm being a bit like, again, gung-ho with this to try and get to a quick point that we can get working. And if you want to make something responsive, use something called container queries. They're a lot more better, and that's what you want to effectively be using. Okay. Oops, I had a phone call come on when I was live that shouldn't have come through. It's very strange. Okay. So now let's have a look. So yeah, so order detail page. Okay. So that's good. This one is almost done, or not really, 3 out of 8. And why is it on debug mode? No, agent mode. Yeah. And also, any questions, by the way? So let me know, like, any questions of what you want me to showcase for this app. Because my ideal goal right now would be to get the live widgets working. That would be like the awesome outcome from this build. To be honest, if I can show you live widgets live on stream. So let's see. So I'm just going to do another one. Say, we set up live widgets. However, they currently aren't showing. Debug why by reading the documentation and analyzing the code base. Literally said why. Debug why. So keep that in plan mode, be a bit more effective. Really keep asking to understand. So for example, onboarding flow, right? The clerk sign in has saved address. No, reaches onboarding screen, save address. Tab navigator, cart screen. Right? Tab navigator is what we already have. So then we have the on the cart screen, select address, existing address picker bottom sheet, or change address. Then add new takes you to the add address form. So this is cool, yeah. And then of course, new addresses table. All functions authenticate via context auth get user identity and filter by user ID token. So users only see their own addresses. Yeah. Onboarding gate, modify to add an onboarding check after sign in. You can also add I would definitely add in a strict check here to make sure no one could ever access someone else's. So you can obviously add that in yourself. A full screen view with welcome header, which we deliver to, with a subtitle, address, text input for entering delivery address, pill buttons for home, work, other, continue, design notes, match existing app aesthetics, cart screen, address card, and picker. Now, of course, you could do, at this point, you've also got location stuff. So you've got like maps, like the Expo maps. If you type in here, you've got maps. So this effectively allows you to have maps inside of your app. So in this case, look, Apple Maps for iOS, Google Maps for Android. And then basically you don't have to configure anything for the Apple Maps. Google Maps, you have to go ahead and do Xbox 46 exclusive Android. If you want to use Google Maps on iOS, you can use it for alternate lab writing your own, while Google provides a Google Maps SDK for iOS. It's simple permissions, and then it's based on which platform renders out. So you could then implement, pin drops, kind of, search functionality, all that stuff yourself. But I'm not going to get into that. I just want to highlight that would be something which is obviously crucial. So when you can basically have it. So when you navigate through the different statuses, it will say, okay, deliver to this address. And then, you can have another segment which delivery drivers maybe log into, and then they can have a different role, and then they only see them. So you see what we've done here. Like I've kind of set up the architecture to go ahead and let you do these things. Start by reading, upload document, external code base widget related code, and fetching the Expo widget simultaneously. When it comes to view, let me check where the hook should be consumed, whether iOS directory with the pre-build. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, rather than all that, I'm going to have a look myself. So alpha release widgets. So I want to jump into here and do this one. Command E, Command B, so Command I. All right, so npx expo, no, not here, sorry. So cd apps app, npx expo install expo widget. So firstly, it should have installed that. So I want to make sure that is installed. All right, so it looks like that's very interesting actually, package JSON. So package. I don't think this was added a second ago, which is obviously a big no-no. So again, don't trust AI, guys, see, to do your job. App.json. And this is kind of why I want to live stream it, because you'll see tutorials all over the place where it's like, AI did everything for me. I will show you firsthand with like 25, I don't know how long it's been now, not 25, no, it's really crazy. Like 17 years coding experience, I think it is. 17 years. I've been coding for like ages, and I'm telling you, AI won't do it right. Widgets. Here we go. Yeah, see that? Did not do it inside of Expo widgets. No, it did do widgets. Yeah, my bad. Display name, description. Okay, you can figure if you use config in your project, this plugin. Okay. Full example with all options. Enable push notifications. True. Bundle identifier. Okay. Support families. Pizza status widget. Detail widget. Pizza order widget. Okay. Typed routes. React compiler. Prerequisite. Creating a widget. Use marked with the widget directory. So, is it marking it with a widget directory? No. You see? This is what I mean. This is where it just completely hallucinated that. So, like widget. Now, where's our widget? Pizza order widget. Okay. Oh, okay. No, I did do it. I'm kind of hating on AI too quickly, aren't I? So in this case, okay, it worked there. Locked in flow state. 100%. Widget name, my widget must match name, basic widget, an effective way to update widgets, use update snapshot method, create widget inline, update snapshot. So this is from our hook. Has active order false. So the question is this firing off is the main thing. And also let's just check on what our AI is saying. So we have comprehensive debug Expo widgets. So use pizza live activity hook is never consumed. What? That is crazy. That's how it does everything. Without this hook being called, the widget has 0 data to display on live activity next done. That's okay. That's why. Pizza order activity missing from widget config. Issue 3 development build required. Yeah. So there you go. Okay. build that because I want to get live activities working. This is like a mission of mine to get live activities working on this stream. I will not fail. I will get that done. Onboarding flow. The onboarding flow I'm not going to spend tokens on. Like I told you guys how that would work. The modal bottom sheet would be the one that swipes up from the bottom. You can build that however you want. You can even just have it as separate screens, honestly. But I would love to actually have the zoom in. Okay, let's let this do it first because we've done a bunch of changes. We did a ton of changes to the entire phone visual. Look, pizza detail, Expo image content fit for hero image, haptics as well. So we have haptics for everything, by the way. So when you tap into different food and everything like that, it will have haptic feedback. But the main thing is this. Let's get this now for the fun, running the pre-build. So I actually want to stop there and I'll do the pre-build. So let's do the pre-build ourselves. So MPX Expo. Oh, cannot read property of undefined joined. Pre-build failed. I tried doing myself and got this. Expo widgets stream should launch P2 added to it. It's missing the support families field. Cannot read undefined reading join. Okay. So maybe we should let it do this thing. Okay, because it's supported families and every widget entry and crashes when it's undefined. So it needs supported families. Yeah. I mean, can't it just do support families? We can do hopefully solve all that creates a Swift file for each. Should piece of activity shouldn't be in the widgets area at all. Widget live activity structure. So it's actually diving into the source code and looking at it to remove piece of order activity. Okay, we need to see if we need this actually needs to go in there because yeah, it doesn't. The actual order activity doesn't need to go in there. Now let me do the rebuild again. So the actual difference, by the way, of the two is a widget is the actual, like a widget that we might see. I don't know if you can see one, but those widgets that we see on our phone, right? Oh, what's this? Updating the pods. Something run pods install. Okay. Build it's the pre-build. The failure is on pod install due to reanimated worklets version. This is unrelated to the widget code. Let me fix it. So error is reanimated, failed to validate worklets. So that we saw actually previously. So I'm wondering if that was. Although it just added the package, so maybe that's why. Good. I remember I actually removed them earlier because of an Android. I know Android apparently had an issue with that, but we'll see. Okay, so found the issue again. So you see it was here username. Failed to validate worklets. Animated. I like how you know what you're doing. Meanwhile, I would have just believed what AI has done and just go with the flow. I appreciate that. That's actually really helpful. I appreciate that. Trust me, it's just tons and tons of practice. Because the thing is, you see, like, and this is kind of why I want to show like the truth behind if you're vibe coding. Like, yeah, I do it all the time. But the reality is like it does not do. Like you have to call it out on what it's doing. Like even here, look. There is reanimated 421, requires worklets. It just allows you to be really fast at like building things out. But sometimes you hit a wall where it creates a lot of crap and you have to like fix it, the rubbish, which may have been quicker just doing it yourself. But ultimately, once you get to a good base and you have the good rules and skills and everything set up, like I'll be honest, when I work on my own projects, my setup is so locked in. Like it's so good and my agents are so like tight with the way that I like to code. So if you do want to know about all of that, then definitely I'll pop it in the description. It's the third link in the description. Go ahead and join our community, Zero to AI Agent Hero. So basically it's how I'm going to show all of that stuff, because that needs a whole community to be able to teach that. And that's exactly what that's going to be for. So the link is in the description, third link. Make sure you go check it out. But that's basically where I'm going to be really helping out with that side of things. So now it's building, which is good. Okay, that's awesome. Expo targets directory was generated. Index to Swift. Now let me roll them. This is good. Okay, we debugged it. We got past it. And to be honest with you, it's kind of crazy that like in 4 hours, while I'm teaching it, while I'm explaining it, while there was no prep work at all, like literally the only prep that I might have done is just like tinker with a few things. The setup was crazy though. The setup, trust me when I say, it was more about things which I probably could have done a little bit better, like and done a neater like kind of setup approach too. And remember, most of the time as well, not everyone needs a mono repo, right? So that's the truth of it. Cohen says, the cool thing is with using AI, first you start blank. Along the way, you create your own skills, repetitive things, UI, UX guidelines, set up guidelines, best practices. And after a while, it's like, bam. Yeah, 100%. Like there's a moment when your rules are like really dialed in, and then sometimes they can fall off and a few things can happen like that, but it can be pretty damn awesome when things work. Okay, I think this is looking very good. Look, executing Expo widgets pods. There we go. This is all for the Expo widgets. It's taking a little bit longer. I'm happy with this. But one thing I definitely will say is that the way that Clerk and Expo are moving when it comes to development, guys, they're ahead of everything. I'm telling you, like, just trust me on that front. I've coded for like 17 plus years. These guys know what they're doing. Like they know what they're doing and they're building awesome stuff. So like, if you're not using it or you're debating it, like, oh, nice. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, okay, that was part of the new change. When we click into a pizza, oi, look at that. That is sick. Okay. Oh, that's nice. All right. Look at that. Add to cart. Boom. Did it add to the cart? Melting cheese, chicken, mushroom, pepperoni. Yeah. So it got rid of the badges, which is kind of annoying. My orders look like crap, but this is a very good design though. Look at that. Oh, I like this. Like, that's so cool. That's very nice. Watch my cheese bites. Let's add this to the cart. Okay. And you should be able to, I mean, look, you can add edit flows and all that stuff. But if we go into this, okay, I mean, that is, I don't know what's going on here. This is where I got a bit confused, but the point is that this is kind of cool. So, I mean, obviously these are dummy right now. But still, that's kind of slick. Like, I'll be honest, it's got weird spacing at the top, but you can go ahead and do that. How did you implement the Apple like blur and the nav bar? This was all the native elements that we used. So this was actually down to the stack. 1 second, let me actually show you guys. Let's firstly test the $40 for pizza. Place order. Let's just test this out first because I really want to see it. So right now we have a pending order. Okay, so his order is pending. Okay, now, okay. Oh, actually, it's a widget, right? So maybe I have to add search widgets. I mean, is it pizza? No way. No way. Okay. I mean, like, that's kind of cool. So we have a widget. Wait, okay, what am I doing right now? Okay. So I mean, right now it's not styled very good, but like we have a widget, and if I click it, it takes me to that order. So if I'm out here and I go ahead and do, okay, I mean, it didn't take me to the exact page, but you can deep link that. You can actually deep link that nicely. So firstly, that's good. Okay, now if I'm here, let's go into, I wonder, does a widget update dynamically? So if this is a very, very cool test. Wow. So come on, the background show is running. Let's crush it. Let's do back. Let's do turbo dev. Run it. Okay. Now, iOS. Let's just firstly run it up. So iOS. Here we have it. Yeah, refresh. Oh my God, so much stuff happening. Go to the orders. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is cool. Okay. Pending cooking. This is nice. We're getting there. We're getting somewhere, right? So this is already looking a bit more clean. So now we're inside the app. Okay. I mean, this weird header is kind of jarring me out, but and also some stuff can definitely be improved. But if we're here now, so that I'm pending. Okay. So let's go into here. Confirm the order. So confirm order. There we go. Now we're in confirm state. Okay. And then cooking. So now it's in cooking. You could probably improve this, but now you can see like 2 orders of cooking. You can see the customer, their number. I guess if they have customer number, you could probably put their name and details in and maybe phone number and stuff like that. Once you're, like, you can really go in depth with this, right? But moment of truth. So, no way. Okay, so if I do send for delivery, I don't know if that was the right one, but I think it might have been this one. So ultimate 241. Okay, it's this one. Oh, so oops. So let's try it. So send for delivery. So does it update like in real time, or, I mean, to be fair, I don't know. That might be real with how this thing works. So if you're here like, on the way and then you come out. Okay, so what's happening? This is cool actually. So when you're on the app, there's a handler that I remember that basically is set up. So the handler made sense now. So it was use live pizza activity. So this one. So this is obviously only mounted when you're, it's mounted when you're not in focus, right? So use effect is mounted when you're not in focus, but I assume you could also have this on a background activity flow. So like you could have that on a background activity, but still that's pretty sick. Like I'm pretty happy with that. So like imagine like you're, again, ignore the UI. We can make that look pretty cool, right? So here, like if I was to go ahead and do JSON correction, so we could say, what I like to do here is I just screenshot this, and that is awesome. All right, so 2 things. So 2 things. Number 1, I want to improve the UI of the widget. Number 2, because the update snapshot is happening inside of a use effect, it's only when the app is open that the snapshot is updated and that we see a reflection on the widget's activity. Is there a way that we can run even in the background so that the snapshot for the widget remains real time even when the app isn't in focus, or like in the app is in the background? So this is a really nice thing actually, to be fair, because wow, I'm proper liking this. It's very cool. So let's go back over to here. Okay, so first things first is just to showcase the backend panel, because I kind of want to wrap up on the backend panel. I want to showcase a few more of these things, which I think is awesome. And then the main thing is here. But yeah, I hope everyone can kind of see the point of these tutorials now is mainly not about like, in one sitting getting the ultimate perfect app, because yeah, I could burn through 1 million tokens and get that. Like, it's mainly to kind of showcase to you the process in which we did that whole thing. Look at that, complete and cancelled. Nice. That's pretty cool. If we click view, I can also see, that is nice. That is really cool. Right, that's a very nice UI. Right, so, and obviously you can make it go back and forth if you wanted to do that, but in this case we're just doing mark delivered. So order has been delivered. This error failed to fetch us. I don't know what that is. But in this case we do menu. Let's look at the menu. Even for these, I'm not sure why this is taking quite long, but okay. But in this case, you can see like different pizzas, and this is cool. Like if you think about different popular payment platforms out there, like in this case, if I clicked on edit, so edit a melting cheese pizza, what is that, right? Melting cheese pizza, give it a category. Let's just say it's an Italian pizza. It's available, show it on the customer's menu, save changes, right? Ingredients. So these could be like toppings, I guess is a better word for it. So toppings for this, you could go ahead and add different ingredients now. So let's just say, for example, image, you can go ahead and upload functionality works. You can have weight, different things. Also, is it available? So let's say you ran out of pepperoni. All they have to do is go to the backend, toggle pepperoni. Pepperoni is now unavailable. And then over here, if I want to get a melting cheese pizza, I can't believe I'm saying this on a stream. It's kind of crazy. See, there's no pepperoni. Kind of cool, right? So if I go over here now and I toggle, pepperoni is now available. Look how I need to show you this. This is too cool. This is sick. I don't even think that I don't even think the vendors that actually give you this services right now in real world production land right now, they don't even offer this, right? But say for example that pepperoni just quickly got out of stock, boom, immediately in real time it'll update. Same with chicken, no more chicken left in the kitchen. We just ran out of mushrooms, cool. Oh damn it, someone just came back in, delivered pepperonis, boom. You see, like that's pretty cool, right? You can have obviously some logic around maybe like if we already added the pepperoni in the cart before you go to checkout, you can say, oh, actually the pepperoni just ran out. The point is, you get the point. Like it's kind of cool. Like it's quite fun, right? So we've got this flow working pretty cool. This is admin gated, right? And of course you can go ahead and add in different items in the pizza menu and stuff. So you can add different pizzas in. So if I was to go ahead and type in, for example, Papa Fam special and type in the best pizza, right? And then go ahead and do like a speciality. Say it's $19.99. Prep time is 90 minutes. Super not like long to make, but it's really worth it. 1,200 calories because it's just worth it. And then click on upload image. And then let's go ahead and just say it was YouTube watermark. So the Papa Fam logo, right? Create the pizza. Now watch this. So we're creating a pizza, and now is that pizza in here? So oh look, there's a Papa Fam special, guys. Look at that. Wow. Boom. Right. And let's say, for example, actually the Hawaiian Delight, we're no longer serving that. Boom. That's pretty cool. Now, of course, right now, if there's a whole row, it's just going to show that. So we can make it obviously use only this. But now I can order a Papa Fam special pizza, a large one, pepperoni with extra cheese. Go ahead and add it to my cart. Boom. And I can buy that. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Right? Someone's got a good question here. Is the Convex this real-time update? Yeah, Convex is doing the real-time updating. All right. So Dippin says, hey, I want to know how to integrate Clerk in production mode and also payment integration as well. Can you please do it in production mode and other? So two things. One, if you want to do payments, check out Stripe and Expo. Right. They have a very good integration. I don't think we're going to cover it today because it's time-wise. But if you type in Expo, Stripe, pretty much follow this. Right. So do the same thing that we've been doing today for the implementations. Like I said, you need the onboarding for the address and all that stuff. But in this case, this will literally run you through the entire thing. Right, so this will take you through the entire flow to get payments set up with Expo. All right, so that's one thing. Two, for switching to, let's say for example, we just built our app. It's freaking out right now because we're doing a bunch of changes on the back. So yeah, number two is that once you're finished on, got so many things open. Once you're finished on Clerk, for example, let's say, for example, we're ready to go to production, then you simply go ahead and click on create production instance, clone the development instance, click on continue, and then you start following through some of the setups, right? So in this case, you would have a domain, you have a few things set up, and this is where you would go ahead and toggle this, and then you'd basically go and set things up. And they've made it very, very simple to go ahead and do that, okay? So you do that and you basically follow ahead and EAS, make it very simple to deploy your app as well. So EAS Expo deploy, EAS hosting, I believe it was. You can deploy your web, this is for web projects, deploy your first Expo router and React app. They have this is fairly new actually, this one. EAS login, prepare your project. So single page app. This is for EAS Expo. But for deploying the actual app, they've got streamline your entire development. So, yeah, oh, this is cool. Submit. This is new, relatively new, I believe. So upload your app to the Play Store from the cloud with a single command. EAS submit. So it's it's quite nice. I want to see how it can happen. Automated plan. So yeah, there's a few things you can do, but I think in order to showcase the entire deployment side of things, I should make a dedicated video. So let me know if that's worth, you guys want to know how to do that entire thing. Leave comments right now asking for it. And what I'll do is Jay will screenshot those comments and send it in my chat, and then basically we can go ahead and speak to the guys over at Expo, and we can make a video together for that, because I think it'll be handy. But I need you guys to voice it up right now, so that way I can go ahead and do that for you. So go ahead and drop a comment if you want me to make a video on that. Yeah, set enable push notifications true and Expo widgets. Okay, so let's go ahead and do turbo dev now, and then iOS. Okay, okay, so we have the app open again. Let's place the order. We have 3 cheese pizzas, these ones. Again, that looks horrible right now, but the UI is not the main thing. Papa pizza, so, okay. That doesn't look very good. That doesn't do anything, but. So I think either the build didn't build correctly, or. And also, I want to check what it did. So enable push notifications for live activities in app.json. So first need to find new returns. So let me just say, explain what you, so live activities can receive push updates via APNs. Oh, okay. You have to set up APNs. So this is separate. You need to send a push token to instance gateway to backend, send APN to when your order state changes. So, okay. You'd have to set up push notifications for this to work, right? Makes sense actually, because you wouldn't be able to just insecurely do this, but it's the same way you would update your user with a push notification saying, hey, your order's on the way. The same way would happen with your live activity being updated. It would be the same event kind of medium or vehicle. Okay, now root level widget update. I just wonder why maybe that didn't load. That's interesting. Let me try and build that myself. So let's do cd apps app. All right. Jay, the screenshot Dippen's message, right? Because I think that'll come in handy with talking to the guys over at Expo. Concept. So even here, I would go ahead and actually, again, I'd make sure these are type checked just to be a bit more on the good side. But yeah, this, or actually maybe it's just because we have to reinstall the widget as well. So if we were to reinstall the widget, edit, add widget, let's see. So Papa Pizza, boom. Okay, no. So maybe it should just update that. So anyway, we'll give that a chance to give a build a go. And in the meantime, the final, I guess, last thing I want to check on before we come to an end is we did actually do, what's it called? Widgets, which is pretty awesome. All right, so we got widgets working, which is very, very cool. And Jay, if you scroll up, there was some pretty cool feedback when we did the widgets. Just screenshot that as well. All right, so it was the widgets was very cool. And then I just want to see as well, I think live activities is also here. Live activities. I think the main push was actually more around, oops. Live activities. So you can, Expo widgets enables and live activities using Expo UI components. So you can, in this case, we got it working to a certain point, but if we go ahead and see this now, I want to see, does this load? Can we see it on here? Okay, so yeah, see that gate closing in 5 minutes. So basically, building this out is what I would want to get to. So that looks so awesome, right? So you just know that you can get to that point, right? Right now, obviously, I'm not going to spend like too long on kind of getting, to that point, but click on report here. And actually, when you get these kind of issues, by the way, I highly recommend you click on report, you grab all this, you copy it, go over here, and you paste it in and then you pop it in, because it tends to happen sometimes. So if we do iOS, just to see what the issue was. So just reset. Actually, you know what? Just stop that for a sec. So I want to see if the widget. Okay, so let's try one more thing now. Boom, boom. Place over here, place the order. Go over here, view the details. Here's an example of live activity. Oh, we have live activity. Okay, so it's there. It's just the styles ain't rendering out. Okay, so this is very cool. Okay, so the styles for live activity and widget are not showing. I have to get this working. I have to get this working. In the Expo website, there's an example of live activity. Let's have a look. So Expo live activity. I think it's this one that you're talking about, right? Maybe. But yeah, like effectively this is what we're after, guys. I think it's not using maybe the VStack stuff, right? So let's have a look at the code. So right now, pizza order widget. So look, so VStack spacer image. Okay, it's in the same page as Expo widgets at the bottom. Okay, I'll definitely give that a try. So let me just give this a go. I just want to see, maybe I have to remove the widget entirely. Let's let this do a full build. Let's see. So compiling and building. Hopefully we get this down, but that's awesome if we can do that right. Because man, if you can get from one code base, just think about that for a second, in one code base to compile down into iOS, Android, and you start getting these kind of features, like it's what I always thought was the missing gap between like that true nice, like just conquering the native development scene. And make sure, guys, when you do sign up to Expo, please just use the link in the description. It really helps us out a ton to keep on bringing these videos to you guys. So we can all kind of keep on learning together. I can keep on bringing this to you guys for absolutely free. All you got to do is use those links in the description when you're signing up to Clerk and also Expo. So the only other thing, okay, so let's let that build for a sec. Kind of annoying when it's in here. I kind of want to see, maybe open in terminal pane. There you go. Let's see that. All right, quick water break. I'm still fighting between going with Flutter or React Native. My friend, do Expo 100 million%. Use the second link in the description. Sign up to Expo right now, and that you will never look back. Like, it's so much better. Just use it. Trust me, because Flutter. Yeah, I'm not saying Flutter's bad, but Expo is awesome. Like I'm telling you, Expo, the development team are absolutely on fire right now. You're gonna spend a long time doing authentication yourself. Use Clerk, offload that, build the app. Trust me, too many people focus on the setup portion of that. You really don't want to, like, what's the point? Just you can do so much with that time that you're saving. If I was you, I would instead focus on Expo. You got all the native benefits and the features, and then I would focus on what's this widget update? Is calling update snapshot. That's why it's happening. Widget is providing a card. That's why it wasn't loading. Okay, I know, but I 1,000,000% suggest Expo through and through. Expo and Clerk, Expo, Clerk, and Convex are just like a hack. Like, trust me when I say, like, if you now you have AI, you can use this stuff. Like, it's just nuts how fast you can code with it, use it. Like, these three things, use them, guys. It's insane. So it was because of this. So look, let's let that do its change to flexi. Look, require pizza order widget. Now revert the widget back to the original working version, the one that was confirmed, working with the screenshot showing on the way. So but it's got rid of the design. No, I want the new design with the, but just use the fix now instead. Okay. Right, now let's give it a try. So, pre-build build. Once we get that working, I'm going to call it on that. The main thing that I would say, take away from this, guys, is like I said, AuthView, a few things like, let's just kind of cover over them, right? A few things like, the main thing is Clerk AuthView, right? You guys saw today, this was just awesome. Like, quite honestly, one line to get the thing working, it's incredible. I would even recommend stack this with Expo protected routes. This is what I tend to do, protected routes, right? So stack these two together and you have an awesome setup, right? So in this case, your is logged in check, I would just simply tack it onto this is signed in check, and then I would have this at your top level section, right? So that is really awesome. The main thing as well, like, guys, the fact that developing this stuff is it's just so cool. Like, really, just make sure you go and leverage it. That's all I can say. Same with Expo, like you guys saw today, all the new features that they've introduced. And by the way, I only covered a handful, right? Like, hopefully we get this Expo widget working, which is absolutely awesome. But this was the new template we started off with. If we go down, we can see, oh yeah, I actually didn't even show you this, but Hums V1 is available. It's a lot faster to render and load things. The main thing as well that I want to show you, they do actually have an MCP. This whole time, I just realized I could have, maybe I should have used that. Okay, anyway, we're here now. Damn. Test file crashes. That's actually if you deploy to EAS though, so it's fine. Agent skills as well, we already installed. And then the main thing is, well, like native features, but stuff like this, I didn't even cover this, but like, you see the different toolbar thing, like kind of approaches you can get. Even Apple's Zoom transitions, this I really like. So we've seen this before in apps. Completely interruptible Zoom transitions. This is so nice. Until it works, we are not leaving the desks. I love it. All right. Oh, okay. Guys, we didn't get a crash. Okay. I'll be so happy if this works. Okay, ready? Let's go ahead and give it a try. So let's go and order a melting cheese pizza with pepperoni and olives. I don't know why this is like some ASMR right now. Olives. All right, so again, you can re-add the badges. I'm not going to get over that, right? We've got three things in the pizza, right? So place order. So now we've got a pending order over here, okay? Now if I go and close it, let's go ahead and add in, edit, widget, pop pizza. So this design isn't working. Okay, so this design does not work. And also you see, look, when we leave, it's not showing. This design does not work. And also it doesn't, wait. The design doesn't load, so revert back to the old design. And also try a very, very safe live activity test, just so we can get the live activity tested. So go back to the working widget and then go play it super safe with the live activity. And I think I also screwed up with the other thing. So also, in addition, because we don't have push notifications set up yet, revert the changes where we made push notifications on, and instead remove our hack that we added. So keep the update snapshot inside of the use effect. So that's actually the problem, I think, that I was trying to jump ahead of. So we saw previously that update snapshot is the thing that basically updates the widget or the live activity, but we haven't set up push notifications. I think it's worth making a whole video for that side of things. Expo does support it, by the way, like they handle all that as well. But that you can use lots of different solutions for. There's Firebase notifications, there's a lot of stuff as well. Yeah, so it's one of those things that I would say, I'm not going to focus on that, but I want to get this working. So I really want to get this fixed. Robert says, the Apple Zoom transition is really nice and easy to implement. It'll be perfect to add when clicking on one of the pizzas going to the detail screen. I agree with you. Let's do it. Let's 100% do it right now. Let's do it. So Zoom transitions. I need to close a lot of stuff. This is getting crazy. I can't see anything. Close this, close this, close this, close this. There you go. All right. This, no, that's the live stream. Okay. So, SDK 55, Zoom, transitions, Expo. So here. It's actually kind of simple to do it. I think it was just simply inside of a link Apple Zoom. Okay. So I want to implement that. So, oops. Let's create a new one. So read this documentation. When we click on a pizza, I want to go ahead and implement a Zoom transition, a native Zoom transition into the order detail screen. Okay. So use pizza, live activity import and hook call already in the order detail screen from the first 6. Now it's going to pre-build. So let's stop the pre-build and let's cut that. Let's go into our own pre-build. So cut that and let's do our own pre-build. Yeah. And then keep an eye on this plan. So, and also, by the way, remember I showed you a little trick. So if we pop this over here, copy page, yeah? So check this docs, check these docs too, to check plan. That's what I honestly do every time. So intro Zoom source property. It's very easy. You just literally, like where you have your link wrapper, you basically just inside of it, link Apple Zoom. And then that should literally do it. And that introduces fully, by the way, what's it called? Interruptible flows. Story Encode says, the joy of coding has gone since AI in the scene. Honestly, no, dude. Like, level up the mindset behind it. That's what I would recommend here. Like I wouldn't say it's gone at all. If anything, I would say that if anything, you're actually like Tony Stark level. If you know what you're doing, it's way more powerful than it's ever been. It's just the problem is now people get frustrated because they're just churning out slop, and it's not doing anything like beneficial, productive, and that is not fun, right? So that's the problem. If you get good at it and you know what you're doing, then yeah, it's awesome. Like you saw today, in just a couple of hours, like we've come together with a full app. Like it's crazy. Obviously, like payment we can add in these bits and bobs, but like obviously I've been explaining a bunch of stuff at the same time. Like if I just flowed in, like truly, you can get a full app done in maybe 2 hours. Like it's pretty awesome. Plan is now verified. We can go ahead and add in those things. Yep. So I'll add in the zoom transitions. So we'll let that do its thing. The build is done. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and give it a try. So iOS. Okay, we got a crash. So I'm not gonna send it yet because I want to see. Firstly, oh, it didn't implement the zoom yet. Okay, so melting cheese, right? Let's add that in. Oh, but I got a hot reload as we just did it. Oh, man. Okay. I think that's gonna screw up the order. Oh, okay, because we're hot reloading as I'm doing stuff. 1 minute. That's gonna break again. Yep, see? Okay, give it 1 second. Let it finish what it's trying to do. Okay. Now we're inside the app. Place the order. We have our. Oh, okay. I mean, well, that actually, it did it to the wrong screen. It did it to the order screen. But if I. Oops. Oh, I mean, that's kind of cool. It did it to the wrong screen. I meant it. I wanted it on this screen, to be fair. Add it to this screen too. Oh, I see. So it's saying if you're using it inside of a stack, that's what that little kind of strange little noticing is. You see how it pops into the stack, but it's kind of just worth mentioning. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We can close them. That's cool. Oh, it's doing another change. Okay. Is this building? Okay. So we placed an order now. We close it. Oh, yes, guys. Oh, okay. So the expansion view doesn't work, but that's pretty cool. Okay, look, we have the pending. All right, and then if we go in here, that's sick. There's genuine excitement from my voice there because I was pretty excited that just worked. All right, so let me go ahead and do. Okay, you know what? I'm pretty happy with that. I know, like you can go ahead and just the expansion side of things. So I can show it and be like, this works. So let me do. I think it was on the other agent? So yep, this one. So this now works. The only thing we need to change is when I hover over the live activity, I can't see any activity. On the zoom transition, it went ahead and added the pizza card change as well. So we can check here now. Hey, look at that. And if I go ahead and swipe in, and then we should also make this clickable. So this whole thing should become clickable. So not just this button, but is it already? Oh, it is, yeah. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, so you guys can see, look at that. It's perfect use case for it. So if we click on that, for example, yep, that's nice. If we go to barbecue chicken, boom. And then you see how you can just like kind of shut it down. Kind of a nice, I mean, remember the visual discrepancy here is because we're inside of a stack. So if you didn't want the stack and you just made it a kind of an overlay, you can kind of have your own button saying dismiss or go back. But still, look at that's kind of cool. That is kind of nice. Like, I like that, right? So in this case, very, very clean. So, cool. So you're adding this pizza, boom, boom. Add to cart. Go ahead and, oh, actually, you know what? I don't think, because we got several orders, I don't want to screw up. But if I was to go run the JavaScript, you just need to reload the app. So it actually, oh, it forgot to do this bit. Look, expanded leaning. So look at this, guys. Compact leading, compact trailing, minimal, expanded leaning. So expanded trailing. So there's different views that you can actually tap into. So I need to reload the app. So, oh, I stopped the server. No, I don't need that. 1 minute. Back. And then let's do turbo dev. Okay. And now, command I. Let's open it up. Okay. So, app's running. Let's go ahead and let's do a full test now. So we are logged in as an admin. There's a bunch of orders that are yet to be made. Let me log in. So there's a bunch of orders over here that come through the kitchen. So that one got delivered, let's just say, right? Interesting. It must have fixed something there with that. So, okay, let's go to melting cheese. I want a large pepperoni with olives. I want an ultimate cheese bliss with a small. And I want extra cheese. Let's add that, okay? I'm gonna add those to basket, place the order. Cool. Now you can see my order's been placed. And say like, you know, as they cook through, you can go ahead and tap through, boom, boom. Those ones are getting made, they're confirmed. These have been cooking. Again, like, do you need confirm? I mean, actually, no, you do need confirm. But the point is like, yeah, you can kind of mess around with these much more. So that one's not out for delivery. And you see how you've got some kind of flow here, yeah? But now, for example, this is pending. So if I close it, okay, it's pending. We go, oh, look at that. That is sick. Okay, nice. All right, 3347. I can click into it. Nice. Confirm order. Nice. Okay. Again, like UI, this stuff you can fix yourself, right? Now we go over here. It's confirmed now. That's cool. Okay. Click into it as well. And then, for example, if we're here and it starts cooking, you see, like, then imagine like it's cooking, it's out for delivery. And now, for example, when you're closed, let's say you closed your app and you can just see here, it's on the way, right? So when you closed it, now as you're scrolling through, you can see, oh, my food's on the way. And that is all doable through Expo, which is crazy. Like, I find that so cool. And we managed to, again, this UI, like, I didn't get the orders bit down. Like, you can feel free to do that yourself. The main thing is like, look, we got a base for the pizza. We got the backend down. Like, this stuff is easy to change. Like, you literally can put one prompt inside a cursor and you can get that changed up. But we got zoom transitions in flow. And by the way, if you press option and you zoom out like that, that's how you can go ahead and do the double tapping thing. And then you've also got this. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm very happy. And look at that native behavior. See that? All of that native behavior with the glass UI. This is beautiful, right? Even over here, we've got Clerk's UI focus, right? Again, you can tweak that as much as you want. I would even have it here where you click manage profile, and then remember it triggers that. So if you did want to do that, you can go ahead and do things like that. But yeah, absolutely sick. All right. I would even, like, you know, order history. You can go ahead and put the orders in there if you wanted. Delivered. And now if it's delivered, yay, look at that. It's delivered. So there's no active orders now. Wow. Okay. So it does, right now our logic is that it's done the last order. So it finds the last order and then that's what it's going to check, which kind of makes sense, right? We're not showing any order after that. But yeah, you can obviously improve the logic, make it as cool as you want. That is pretty awesome. And I think on that note, guys, I think we're pretty good to call it an end for the demo. Pretty awesome turnout. Wow, that was insane. I think that was one of the most like in-depth builds, I think, because we managed to do mono repo as well, which was absolutely incredible. And that's the thing that I kind of want to highlight here when it comes to these kind of builds, that it's not always about, you know, I'm going to change the music up. It's not always about kind of, you know, perfect preparation and all that kind of stuff. As you saw today, this is the actual flow that you're going to fall into. Things are going to be a bit messy. Things are going to be a bit, you know, like hard to navigate. But you saw here, if you know what you're doing and you kind of know how to navigate and use AI and vibe code the right way, then of course you can go ahead and navigate and get to your end result that you're after. And of course, things like Expo that allow us to write one code base to compile down into 2 iOS, Android, and even web, by the way, it can do. And then of course, Clerk with the authentication just came in absolutely clutch. Like, we didn't even have to think about authentication too much. literally very simply, we were able to go ahead and implement it super fast. And as I said, when you're setting this up, guys, all I ask is that you go ahead and you sign up using the links in the description. Please use those links in the description. It helps out more than you can imagine. Like, trust me, guys, it helps me keep creating these videos for you guys. So go ahead, sign up to those links, go ahead and check it out. And as always, if you're interested in joining our community, be sure to go ahead and hit the third link in the description and sign up to our brand new AI community, where we're going to be diving into all of this kind of crazy stuff that you guys see right here, and how I'm able to stay at the top and front of the house when it comes to this stuff. And as you guys saw, 4 hours, 45 minutes, pretty awesome. We actually have a native app. We have a backend admin app protected so no one can access it. Pretty powerful stuff. As always, guys, it's your boy Sunny, and I will see you in the next video. Nearly a 5-hour stream. Peace.